Hello, 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 hello. How is everybody doing this evening? Hopefully, everybody is doing good. We'll go ahead and get Hanji on up. How you doing, Hanji?
I didn't think you were going live tonight. Missed you yesterday.
Yeah, I had a super busy route yesterday, and had to do a rescue, and I didn't get home till almost 9, and I was exhausted. Normally my routes are right around between 150 to 180 stops normally in there. Um Yesterday I had 300 stops, plus I had to do a 50 stop rescue. So I had 350 stops yesterday. I was dead to the world when I got home.
Nice. And what was that for? Like for the people that broke down, or
Um,
they ran out of
people,
miles or something?
yeah, so people can fall behind for a variety of reasons. I've fallen behind. So I don't know why they fell behind. That's what we do at Amazon. We help each other out. So if somebody falls behind, we help them out. Okay, I bet you can't wait for peak again. I hate peak. Peak peak
Thank you, Krista.
is well, and they also just redid our system. So if you ever deliver Amazon, you're going to notice there's a little yellow tag on your box that has like a little
Mm.
3-digit number on it. So that's what I use to deliver, and the bigger numbers on there's how we load our vans. Amazon just redesigned how they load them. So the overflow, which is stuff that doesn't fit in the totes and stuff, they no longer are corresponding to the totes. So we'll go through where we'll have like one number that we'll read, and we'll load, like it'll say we have three of those, and we'll load three of those. Then we'll hit like three other numbers, and then we'll go right back. It's I spent more time going through the back of my van trying to find packages. Um,
Oh,
but tonight we're running Christianity is a false. Can you prove me wrong? I'm just curious. We're going to talk about um, the historicity of Jesus Christ with this. We'll talk about failed prophecies of Jesus. With this, we also talk about contradictions in the Bible. For those who don't know, I am a I am a mythicist. Yeah, and if you, as a matter of fact, if you see Mr. Allen down there in chat, I used to work with him. He used to work at Amazon with me. He's gone on to he still works. He does something different though. Um, but yeah, talk. Yeah. Ask your sister about how things are going. It is horrible, horrible.
oh, not
It
bringing the
stinks.
family into this. But in the meantime, thank you guys so much for helping host hit his goal. Host, if you could set another one. I see there are
Yep.
21 souls in here, so let's go ahead and tap the screen, share out the live. If you are in the YouTubes, hi YouTube, yasu. Be sure to not only give out the heart knees and team braces, they also help push us into the algorithm and to appease the TikTok gods. Uh, Goals actually help us stay on the algorithm. But if you do not feel like giving TikTok your monies, you're more than welcome to hit the link Binks in our bios. You can gift that way. Also, we also have the Deconstruction Junction in our bios. We also have our YouTubes and any other things in case you ever want to reach us. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see if we can get some conversation started.
Yep, and those who are watching on YouTube, for those who don't know, I do dual stream, so I am on YouTube as well. If you're not following me on YouTube, I'd greatly appreciate if you followed me over on YouTube as well. So if you are on YouTube, if you type in your web browser, tinyurl.com/cyber-guest, I can bring you on over from Video Ninja and we can talk to you that way. That way, then you'll be able to interact with me. Hanji can hear you, but you won't be able to hear Hanji. But that is a way that you can hop on over and we can engage with you over from YouTube, and let's have an awesome live going on. I've been really impressed the last few lives. I've had some, we call them unicorn Christians. We've had a few unicorn Christians come up that I've been really impressed with. A few of them have really sat down and have been like, you know what, I really do need to take a harder look at the text. And that's really what the goal is. The goal is for you to realize the issues within the scripture and then to read it, go back, reread it, hopefully reread it from an unbiased source, and then decide for yourself what you want to do. My goal is not necessarily to like deconvert the world. I will never deconvert the world, but if I can have people critically thinking about their Bible and deconstructing what it actually says, hopefully the deconstruction of the Bible will lead to deconstructing of other aspects like the patriarchy, the misogyny, bigotry, because a lot of this stuff turns out it is stemmed from religion. It stems from religion. It stems from the Abrahamic faiths as well as some other faiths. And so yeah, tonight Christianity is false. If you disagree, hop in the box. Let's talk about it. Curly Fry over on YouTube. Jesus is our Father. Well, that's goofy. But hop in the box. Go ahead, type in tinyurl.com/cyber-guest. I would love to talk with you. I'd love to see you on over here and have a chat with you.
And I'm going to stuff my face with a Philly cheesesteak. What do they hot pocket? That shit. It's good.
Oh, Philly cheesesteak hot pocket.
With some Cajun hot sauce. Oh.
Ooh, that does sound good. That just sounds really good. Well, Randy, I don't care what Luke chapter 5 verse 32 says. What I think is more important is that when we read in Matthew 1 tells us that King Herod was a king of Judea, but King Herod passed away in 4 BCE. And then in Luke chapter 2, it tells us that the reason why they're going to Bethlehem is for a census under the governor Quirinius. And Quirinius didn't start his governorship in Syria, which Judea became a part of, until 6 CE. So there's a 10-year gap there. So before I can care about what the actual scriptures say, we're going to have to reconcile some of these contradictions that are found within the scriptures. We have to reconcile where Jesus states that a certain person, when we actually go read the story in Samuel, it's a different priest. Jesus gets the name wrong, right? So if we run into cases where Jesus is just blatantly getting things wrong, I don't care what he tries to say, because he's wrong. He's blatantly wrong. But you're more than welcome to come on over, talk about it. I just want to hear a strong argument for why Christianity is true. I haven't heard one. They come up here, they try, and then I think by time we're done talking, they're either a mumbling mess because they don't know where they're at anymore, or they get frustrated and they dropped because they realize that they don't know what they're saying. And Miss Michelle, thank you so much for knocking that gift out. Let me get that goal reset. Jorge, Jesus is not the answer. That's not true. That's not the right answer. Jesus is not the answer. Jesus gets things wrong all the time. Gets things wrong all the time. And let's not even get started with Paul. Most Christians don't actually follow the teachings of Jesus. They follow the teachings of Paul, which oftentimes are at odds with Jesus. Jesus taught that you needed to follow the law, that until heaven and earth passed away, the law was going to remain in place. In fact, if you taught people to not follow the law, you would be viewed less in the kingdom of heaven. However, Paul changes that and says the law was temporary. And so even Paul contradicts Jesus quite a bit.
More like a lot of it.
Yes. How you doing, Martin?
Martin! I think of Gabriel Iglesias right here.
Well, and the issue too, so we have a Catholic tutor over here on TikTok. Scripture doesn't need to be reconciled. It is history that needs to match the scriptures. That's going to have a difficult time because there's issues like when, for example, when we're reading in Daniel, Daniel is written as if he is living during the Babylonian exile and before. However, we know that this just isn't the case. We know it's not true. We know he lived right around the Greek occupation. And the reason why we know this is because when Daniel is writing about the Greek occupation, right, he's like supposedly giving prophecy about that time, but he's extremely accurate. He's accurate. But then as we get closer to the Babylonian time frame and the Persian time frame, which is a period he's supposed to be living in, he starts to get more and more inaccurate. In fact, he even goes as far as to say that Belshazzar was the son of Nebuchadnezzar. And that's not true. That's simply not true. We found the Nabonidus cylinder and other artifacts that make it extremely clear that Nabonidus, who served like 3 or 4 people down from Nebuchadnezzar, that Belshazzar was Nabonidus' son. And Nabonidus had no relation to Nebuchadnezzar. In fact, Nabonidus was like this poor person who ended up like on the throne, but he has no. But he had no relation. Parker, Cyber, can you talk about breaking of Torah again, namely with the money changers? Absolutely. Talking about this one, I think, is pivotal. This is one verse that a lot of people that try to claim like Isaiah 53 fits, is that they haven't read this. And this verse makes it clear that in verse, let me go find the verse here real fast. All right, here we go. So yeah, when we read in verse 9 of Isaiah 53 that Jesus had committed no sin, right? But we learn that in Matthew, he goes into the temple and he sees them exchanging money within the temple, and he gets mad. He gets mad at them exchanging the money, and he flips the tables over, and he's like, this is a house of prayer, and you guys are defiling my Father's house. However, the issue is that clearly Jesus, or whoever wrote Matthew, never read Torah. They had never read Torah. We'll get this brought up, and we'll read this up here on screen. So this here is going to be in Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 24. But if, when the Lord your God has blessed you, the distance is so great that you are unable to transport it, because the place where the Lord your God will choose to set his name. Now keep in mind, the place where the Lord chooses to set his name, that's where the temple goes. He chooses a place, that's where the temple goes. and then the rest of Jerusalem builds around the temple. But the temple is what's important. It's not Jerusalem itself, it's the temple. Or in this case, it would be the tabernacle first, because there was a tabernacle before the first temple, before Solomon's temple got built. So this is the tabernacle. Um, is too far away from you, then you may turn it into money. With the money secure in hand, go to the place that the Lord your God will choose. Spend the money for whatever you wish: oxen, sheep, wine, strong drink, or whatever else you desire. And you shall eat there in the presence of the Lord your God, you and your household rejoicing together. Now, this is important. And you shall eat there. I think this is extremely important. And it says, in the presence of the Lord your God. Now, the only place where the presence of God was at the temple, specifically the Holy of Holies. That's the whole purpose of the Ark and the Covenant. That was his throne, essentially. So clearly, God told Moses, if Moses existed, told Moses that exchanging of money in the temple was perfectly okay. It's perfectly okay. It's 100% halakha to, and for those who don't know, that's within the law, to exchange money in the temple. And Jesus just didn't know this. Jesus didn't know this. Jesus clearly hadn't read Torah, or whoever wrote the gospel, whoever wrote Matthew, had never read Torah and was not aware of this verse. Believe the Jesus movie got this wrong too. P. Mars was apparently on. Yes, smiling apostate. I did hear about that. Apparently, P. Mars does corn on the internet. Apparently, turns out.
What? What? The tea is teeing.
You haven't seen it? Go look it up. There's a few videos that have been made
No,
about it.
no, no. I'm okay. No, thank you. Just let me talk my shit. I'm
Well,
doing all
now
right, guys.
I'm like, do I dare go like do we get a face reveal of P. Mars?
I think he shows his face on his profile. I don't know though.
Oh, it might. I don't know. I don't take anything P. Mars says seriously. I can't decide if he's serious or if he's just a super troll and just really good at it.
I will say this though. After that run-in with that guest in Dougal's live, I need compensation. That guy was insufferable. You weren't
All
there
right.
when he was there. He
I'm
told
not.
Rabbi that she was wrong.
What?
Ab-
Yeesh.
about the seed.
Oh. Hold that. I'll put a pin in this right here. I'm going to bring over a
Mm-hmm.
guest over from Video Ninja. How you doing, Philo? Oh, Philo, do you have earbuds in? I'm getting an echo from your end. So, Philo, I'll go ahead and mute you on the chat in Video Ninja. Once you have earbuds, leave a note, leave a message on the chat for Video Ninja, and I'll go ahead and unmute you. So yeah, I heard about it. Somebody sent a message about it on, I believe it was either in the Deconstruction Junction Discord or maybe it was on mine. But what did this person do with Rabbi? And this was Rabbi Hana, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically saying that a seed needs God permission to sprout. It doesn't sprout on its own.
Well, that's goofy. Are you away from your phone? Because you sound like you threw your phone into a different room.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm right next. Well, I have you in my ear.
Oh man,
I'm also
not
stuffing
this
my
again.
face.
Not this again. Hold on, I'm gonna drop you. Come back up. Hate when it does that with the TikTok guess. It every now and then it does this thing where it makes them sound like they're in a completely different room. So hopefully we get this fixed. Hello, Hanji.
Yeah.
No, you still sound like you're in a completely different room.
What the fuck? What did you touch?
I didn't touch nothing. I just went over to talk to a guest on Video Ninja.
Your thing was fucking with me.
But we'll just have to deal with it, unfortunately. But yeah, it sounds like you're sitting. The best way to describe it sounds like you're sitting on a toilet, like you're in a bathroom. We got like that echo, like you set your phone up on the counter.
Well, then if that's the case, you're probably not going to hear much of me tonight. So, gift me, cash on me, and tell me I'm pretty.
Here, let me drop you. Come back up after a few minutes. Just come on up after a few more minutes. Maybe that will fix it. So let's see if we've got So Philo did come back, so we'll see if we can bring Philo back. You there, Philo?
Yep.
Can
you hear me now?
Let me check something just real fast because I am getting a double echo from you.
Okay.
Because you have do you have earbuds in?
Yeah, I've got earbuds in.
Okay. Let's go here. Can you say something just real quick?
Yep, saying something. I can keep talking as long as I want. There you go.
Yeah,
how's that?
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
One minute. Let me just. Is that better?
Wait, say that again.
Is that better?
Yes, that's 100% better.
There you go. I think the audio source twice. So.
Okay. So yeah. And how old are you?
I'm in my 30s. So.
All right, and you're a Christian?
I'd say I was raised Christian. So.
All right. Do you believe that Jesus died and was resurrected for your sins?
I'd say I'm rather agnostic on that. I just want to address you kind of on some of the points you've brought up.
Okay.
Because it's more just you said Christianity is false. Can you prove me wrong? So I won't say, well, I think let me just try and get the shoe in my head.
Okay.
I think what you're doing when you're reading things out from the Bible and saying this doesn't line up. I think there'll be a lot of Christians out there who will actually probably agree with you and will say, you know what, the Bible isn't historically accurate, or this doesn't agree with this. And what you're actually doing is you're actually appealing to kind of a very specific branch of, let's say, Protestantism, which kind of holds to the tenet that the Bible is let's say not the literal word of God, but close to it.
Well, where I mainly hold to is because those are ways I can do it, but I do realize that not everybody holds the sola scriptura. Like, I'm aware of that. But things that we do point to is that so one, I'm a mythicist, meaning that I don't believe that there is sufficient evidence to prove that the historical Jesus existed. But even theologically, though, in order for Jesus, oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just to interrupt you. I know that the mythicist position is quite, let's say, popular online, but I would say among scholars and even historians, I think the mythicist position is not a very popular position in academic circles. I would say.
I think it's slowly becoming more and more popular.
I don't think so. I don't really think there's the evidence there for that. I would say for a lot of historical figures, I think the kind of evidence that you're looking for just does not exist and will not exist. I think.
For example, so hold on real quick. So when we talk about like historical evidence, so what we're looking for, right, is so first thing we're going to need like physical evidence of the individual themselves, right? So preferably archaeological evidence, right? And if we don't have that, hold on real quick.
Sorry.
And if we don't have the actual archaeological evidence of themselves, of items that they held, or their own writings, then we would look for contemporaries, preferably people that are close to them, that were writing to them. But let's say we don't have that. We'd expect contemporaries from their time period that were writing about them. Or we would have writings about them. If they're of a position of power, we'd expect like statues, coins, stuff like that. And it turns out that we don't have any of this for Jesus. And in fact, when we actually look at like the writings of the Gospels themselves, are you familiar with what styliometric analysis is?
Of what, sorry?
Yeah, styliometric analysis, styliometry. Essentially what it is it's a data science. And what it does is it looks at the word composition, so it doesn't care about themes, it doesn't care about handwriting, none of that. It just looks at common word usage within a text. And they can use that to identify authorship, because turns out that everybody...
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Right? So, for example, do you know who Robert Galbraith is?
Not off the top of my head, but I have.
Right, they write crime fiction. He writes crime fiction. Yeah. Right, but turns out that Robert Galbraith is really a she, and her name is J.K. Rowling. It's J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's J.K. Rowling, and she wanted to keep J.K. Rowling associated with Harry Potter. So all her other books that she writes, she does it under Robert Galbraith. However, some people were trying to figure out who this Robert Galbraith is, and so they started running this Robert Galbraith, because there's no information about this Robert Galbraith person. People really liked the books and their crime fiction. Sorry, just before you
explain this to me, because I think I know what you're getting at. Like, I know lots of the books of the New Testament, lots of the letters of Paul were probably not authored by the people that they're attributed to.
Exactly.
So, like, I know lots of the. No, I know lots of. I know lots of the Pauline letters were.
Yeah, but more importantly,
like,
though, they're put in the
pseudo Paul and things like that. So.
Well, yeah, but they're also put in the mid-2nd century. They're not even from the 1st century. They're put in the mid-2nd century.
I know.
Right.
I agree.
So these are issues, right? These are issues for the historical Jesus. Is the fact that
I think they're more issues than they're more issues to people like you rather than historians, I would say.
No, they are issues for historians. The reason why they're issues for historians is because we look at anachronisms, right? We look at terms like rabbi being used. attributed to Jesus having said this, when Jesus would never have used the term rabbi. The term rabbi isn't used until after 70. It's a key distinction with rabbinic Judaism.
I agree. I like a lot of stuff that is written in the Bible has been lost in translation.
Well, it's not lost in translation. It's a case of we have a term that even in the Greek uses rabbi. It doesn't use like a Greek word for rabbi. It uses the the Aramaic word rabbi.
Okay.
It uses the word,
Sorry.
right?
Yeah.
And
sorry, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Well,
so we have that. We have issues with. Well, hold on. We have issues with synagogues being used, right? Synagogues were not used as places of worship, as like a building, until right around 70. That's when people started converting their houses. Now, we do have synagogues like outside of Judea, sure, because they couldn't get to the temple, so they would have a synagogue. But in Judea itself, we didn't have synagogues because you were instructed to go to the temple to learn from the Levitical priests from the Kionim, right? And so there weren't synagogues.
But then again, you're treating the Bible as a historical textbook, which I've already said. We know it's probably not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is the stories of Jesus that are contained within the Bible just aren't true, right? Now, if we talk about the historians who talk about Jesus, for example, we talk about
well, there's a difference between a person called Jesus existing and saying that all the stories in the Bible are true. And I think most of the there are lots of people, historians, who would agree a person called Jesus existed. Now, they would not say all the stories in the Bible are true. They're two different claims.
No, I'm not saying they do that, but I'm even arguing that the historical Jesus as presented in the New Testament didn't exist, right? So, for example, the reason why we would think that this Jesus existed, the one mentioned in the New Testament, is because there are people that historians up until fairly recently, again, because of advancements in Styliometry, and I think with these advancements in Styliometry, we're going to start seeing some changes with the Christology. I think within the next probably 10 to 20 years, I think we'll see a hard shift to where the null hypothesis will no longer be that Jesus did exist until proven otherwise, that it's going to shift to Jesus did not exist, and now we need to prove he did. Reason being is, before, nobody had real reason to give argument for it, because we have these historians like Josephus, Tacitus, that talk about him. But the issue is that once we actually take a deep dive and we're able to utilize Styliometry, we realize that Josephus has a bunch of interpolations in it, that when Josephus talks about Jesus, it's Eusebius. We know that it was Eusebius who wrote the Testimonium Flavianum. Eusebius wrote that. It's also the case that before Eusebius, we had a few church fathers who used Josephus mainly to prove that John the Baptist existed, but none of them ever quoted the two chapters in Antiquities, or the two sections in Antiquities that mention Jesus. None of them mention that. And then Eusebius writes, "Let us make use of the Jew Josephus." And then he quotes Josephus. But when we use Styliometry, we learn that those are Eusebius's writings. Those are an interpolation. They're not original to the text. When we take a look at Tacitus, in order to understand Tacitus, we have to talk about Tacitus, Suetonius, and Pliny the Younger, all at the same time. So Suetonius... go ahead.
Sorry, Pliny the Younger.
Pliny the Younger, sure. So when we talk about Suetonius writes about how there's a group of Jews that are being removed from Rome because they had committed abominations. They were rioting and causing a lot of destruction. So they're being removed. Now, when we hear about Tacitus writing, and Suetonius writes that they were rioting at the instigation of a man named Chrestus. at a man named Crestus. And when Suetonius writes as if this instigator, this Crestus person, is on the ground, right? He's not like, he's there, he's leading the riots, and now the Jews, this particular group of Jews, are being removed from Rome. So then we move over to Tacitus. Tacitus, we can see a clear editing within the manuscript. I'm sure you're aware of this. We know that it used to say Christians in it, but somebody edited it poorly to say Christioni, and they did it horribly. They didn't even use, whoever did it didn't even use the proper lettering for it. And Styliometry is leading us to believe that it was probably Tertullian for a few reasons. One, Tertullian was the first church father to use Latin. Two, he was the first church father to point this out. No, none of the church fathers before Tertullian mentions Tacitus. Tertullian mentions it. But we see where it probably said Christians. And again, due to Styliometry, we get this part where it starts talking about this Christos individual who was crucified by the procurator Pontius Pilate. The issue is that Pilate was a prefect, not a procurator at the time. And also when we take a look at this, we also see that this is an interpolation, again, probably by Tertullian, but we see that it's an interpolation again. Now, so Suetonius and Tacitus are both probably talking about this same riot. They're probably talking about this exact same riot in which this group of Jews are getting removed. Now when we go to Pliny the Younger in 111, he's writing to Trajan. And by this time, Pliny the Younger is a governor over in Turkey. And that's a fun fact too, because most of the early church fathers, turns out, they're from modern day Turkey. They're from Asia Minor. That's where they're from. Mainly the Sinope area. They have ties to Sinope. But when Pliny writes, he had served as a lawyer. He was the lawyer. He had served as a senator. He was alive during the fire in Rome, which is kind of what started like the idea of the Christian persecution. He had he served as a senator. At this time, he's a governor, and he had served under a number of emperors. And when he is writing to Trajan, he is writing to Trajan like Trajan has no idea who the Christians are, right? He's going into details about the Christians. And so the idea that the Christians had this mass persecution going on just isn't the case. It's not the case.
No, I know with that it's kind of it's quite overhyped, you know, the whole feeding to the lions things and all that this kind of stuff. It is overhyped. No,
yeah,
I
but
do,
what's
I,
important,
I,
but
I do, I
what's
do know
most, yeah, what's most important about Pliny though is Pliny is writing in the middle of the Jewish-Roman wars. He's writing just a few years before the Second Jewish-Roman War kicks off. If these Christians had any ties to Judea, to worshiping a Jewish person or anything of this nature, that definitely would have got the eye of Trajan, the emperor, but it doesn't. And Trajan says, hey, leave them alone. Leave them alone. Don't persecute them, you know? Because he writes about how he found out about them because of flyers. He found flyers, and that's how he found them. And Trajan says, ignore the flyers. Like, that's not how we conduct business. Leave them alone. Only persecute them if they commit crimes, right? So once we start looking into these historians, we come to find out that most of what they're saying are interpolations that were added much later by church fathers, namely Eusebius, who's a known liar, or they're like Trajan, or not Trajan, Tacitus. Tacitus's letters were held by the Catholic Church, in which the Catholic Church was able to edit them. Or we find out, like in the case of Pliny, where it's probably not even talking about the Christians. It's probably talking about a group of mystery cultists who are called Christians because there were a few other religious figures who also held a title of Christ, because Christ is a title, it's not a name. Serapis from time to time is also referred to as a Christ.
I yeah,
And
I'd kind
so,
of I'd push that I'd push back on that like a little bit, but anyway, so I would I would just kind of say I th I think the reason, you know, I'm not actually going to dispute a lot of what you've said, but
mhm,
I think I think we have to kind of sometimes go back to Occam's razor with these kind of things.
mhm.
Sometimes the simplest solution is the easier is the kind of is the most correct. And I think it's more likely, I would say, rather than um they
Well,
you know
well,
they
how does
like
Occam's
as
razor
no,
work, though?
no, no,
Can you explain to me how Occam's razor works? Because I think you're trying to apply Occam's razor incorrectly here. How does Occam's
okay,
razor work?
okay, okay, I'd say without introducing lots and lots of new variables and lots of lots of different lots of different reasons, you know. I'm trying to say it in a
Mhm.
just trying to I'm trying to think how to kind of apply it in a historical context. Like
Well, yeah, but
the
the
no,
way Occam's
like
razor works, though, would go
well,
in our favor, though. It wouldn't go in your favor. It'd
well,
go in our favor.
well, well, can I say how I might think it would go in my favor, and
Yeah.
you can
So real quick, yeah, you can. I just need to explain how Occam's razor works, real quick. Well, let me explain it real quick.
um
So the way Occam's razor works is,
the thing is
when we
you can
present point A to point B, right?
yeah
Whichever way, all information considered, once we get from point A to point B,
but
whichever one has less
what
baggage, whichever one has more of
yes
a direct line to get there, um, the simplest way will be probably the most correct way. And the reason why I say that our way would go is the issue that you're going to have to run into is that when we don't have the mentions of the Gospels until Justin Martyr in the 130s, we don't have them getting
mm,
named until Irenaeus. When we have
yeah
Eusebius, who's a known liar, who has wrote up a lot of the church history,
uh
going as far as potentially making up church fathers, right, where
I
church fathers were made up. These church fathers are where we get the idea that there was this apostolic tradition that was kept. When we go that we have Irenaeus believing that his mentor Polycarp trained under John, but that only works if it is the case that Jesus lived to be 50, as Irenaeus suggests he did. We then have to add the baggage to trying to actually connect these dots.
I
Or
th- I th-
is it more? Oh, go
I
ahead.
th- yeah, sorry. I think this is where we might kind of diverge on that because you're trying to take it as all these separate documents need to add up uh, for kind of
Correct.
Occam's razor to be true, and that's not what I'm
Yes.
saying. I'm not saying all these separate documents need to be accurate. I'm saying all these documents can actually still, you know, can still be inaccurate and still have, you know, little bits of forgeries in them. And I'm still saying there could have been a person called Jesus who existed and inspired some people uh, to be his followers. That's the only thing I'm claiming. I'm saying that is more likely than some people kind of decided to. Well, some people got together and some kind of mythology was formed around someone who never actually existed. I'm not saying all the documents about that person need to be accurate. I'm just saying it's more likely that a person did exist.
But this is
That's all.
only based, well, this is only based off the testimony of
No,
people
no,
who
you're.
probably
I would.
never existed.
No, I'm. The thing is, you are just taking the texts, I think, a little too historically.
Well,
I'm just saying the mythicist position, I think, is a lot less likely, and I think most of the historians in
No, I'm
the academic circles are tending that way. I know the
no.
mythicist I know the mythicist position is a lot more
Yeah,
popular
but
on the
you're
internet.
straw manning me. So the reason
I'm I'm
why
I'm, I'm
so the
really
reason
not.
why I think the
I'm
name Jesus was given, right? And
I've,
again,
I've,
I'm going
I've,
to do
I'm not
a
I'm not
plug
I'm
for
not
one of
straw
my
manning you.
friends
I'm
here.
really not.
Well, hold on. So I'm going to do a plug for one of my friends here. He's a
No,
data
that's fine.
scientist. Right, so he
That's
writes this
fine.
book, Christ Before Jesus. You're on YouTube right now, but on TikTok you can find him on TikTok. He's in the
Yeah.
chat right now. This is a book that I wrote called Christ Before Jesus, where
Yeah.
they talk about this, where they run the Styliometry, and
Hmm.
one thing, and Jaron, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna make
But
a
there you
claim
go.
about something that Jaron has said, but it
We're
is
back to
his
the text.
belief. Well, hold on. It is his belief that the reason why the name Jesus was selected for the name
Mhm.
is probably because of Jesus ben Sirach, right? Who wrote Wisdom of Sirach, or is this I'm going to butcher that name up, but Wisdom of Sirach, because it turns out that Jesus quotes him quite a bit. There are some cases where they find that whoever is authoring quotes from Jesus, where Jesus is like straight up quoting right out of Wisdom Ben Sirach, as if Jesus is saying these. And the reason why
Mhm.
this matters is it turns out that during right around the Bar Kokhba revolt, Bar Kokhba's Rabbi Akiva had actually outlawed that book from being used. Right? He didn't want that book to be read, and it was banned. And so, with this book being banned by the Jewish people, whoever is doing this has liberty to be able to go and pull quotes out of this book later on and attribute it to a modern day person,
Mm.
because who's going to fact check it? The Jewish people have been under the idea that this book is heresy, so they're not going to go anywhere near it. They're not going to touch it. So the Jewish people can't look at that and be like, wait, we know where that came from. They can't question it. It also is the case we start seeing Christianity really taking off and grabbing a foothold after the Bar Kokhba revolt. And like we mentioned
Mhm.
before, and you kind of agreed to, all of the early church fathers, all of them, turns out they're from Asia Minor around Sinope. That's where they're from. And kind of the icing on the cake, there's not a single Jewish church father.
Well, I'd say some of the earlier some of the earlier Christians were Jewish, you know.
Yeah,
But
name me a church father that's Jewish. Name me one.
well, there aren't church fathers in that sense, but I think
They would be
some
though.
of the
They well,
earlier
hold on. You gotta
supposed.
remember, we say that Polycarp trained under John, right? So
Yes, but
we have people again that existed or supposedly existed that trained under the apostles. It's the whole reason for the apostolic lineage, apostolic tradition. So it shouldn't be difficult. It shouldn't be difficult to name Jewish church fathers. They should exist. If Jesus came from Judea, if this religion started in Judea and spread out from there, we should see Jewish
but
church fathers.
now you're making an extra claim of the apostolic succession is true. Well, or should be true if Christianity is true.
If apostolic isn't
Like,
true, we're
no,
cutting a leg out of the idea that Christ actually existed, because the
are we? No,
historians
we're not.
base, yes, modern day
No,
historians base
no, they
their
don't.
idea that Jesus existed off the idea that some of these apostolic fathers actually existed.
No, they base it off like some of these people existed, but not there was like an unbroken line of all these people.
So hold
They
on, are
don't.
you telling me that these historians, modern day historians, are only taking the word of, say, Josephus, when we know that those are interpolations, when we know that Tacitus
No,
has
no.
interpolations? Then who are modern day historians basing Jesus off of, if not for the words
No,
of church
then
fathers who were supposedly contemporaries of Jesus,
they're
or his
basing it.
disciples, or his disciples?
They're basing it off off the total sum of all the different bits of, let me say, well, not I don't want to say evidence, because I don't want to say it like, oh, this is like definitive. What I'm saying is they're basing it off. There's so many different bits all over the place that they
Yeah,
feel
where's this evidence come from?
they feel it's come from it's come from a source rather than just springing up from nowhere.
And who what are these bits of information? Who do these bits of information come from?
So I would say like, I mean, I'll
Just give me
take
some.
just okay. So I'll say the Alexamenos graffiti.
Okay, and what about that?
So for example, it's a very early piece of graffiti in Italy. Sorry, it was scratched in Italy, in Rome, and it's basically take you know taking the Mickey out of someone.
Yeah, and when was that written? When was that made?
No, that was it's estimated to be about the year 200, but
Yeah, so
some
that's not contemporary to
some
Jesus. Hold on,
some
hold on.
no.
So that's not contemporary to Jesus. That just tells us that there were people that worshipped a Jesus character, but where does the idea of the origins of Jesus come from? Because that's what we have to trace back to, right? For example, we do know.
Yes.
Oh, go
No,
ahead.
yeah. I would just push back on you, and I'll say you can hold the mythicist position if you would like, but there are a lot of other, I would say, historical figures who we have, well, figures who we accept as historical, who we have just as little evidence for. But I think people are more willing to accept those figures because we don't have, let's say, annoying Christians around who are pushing their religious beliefs on everyone. I think people are more invested in disproving that a Jesus Christ figure existed, because they want to kind of push back on the Christianity that they see around. And
Well, because we like to believe in true things, and there's no good evidence for Jesus to having ever
yes,
existed. There's just no good reason, no good evidence.
But we're more likely that I think there's as much evidence. Like I would say, once you go back far enough in history, the evidence just does start to disappear away for a lot of what we would call historical figures.
Give me somebody.
I'm sorry, I haven't come prepared, so I can't pull
No,
anyone.
that's fine. Well, like for example, if we look at like Socrates, right? I am perfectly okay, and there's plenty of historians who also would hold that Socrates probably never existed, right? Socrates probably never existed. It was probably a school, and people will say, well, Plato himself never said he trained under Socrates. Plato quotes Socrates a lot. He quotes him a lot. Aristotle will say that my teacher Plato trained under Socrates. But yeah, I'm perfectly comfortable saying like Socrates probably didn't existed. Socrates was probably a school, and his students probably used the name of Socrates. But then when we look at like Alexander the Great, we have contemporaries of Alexander the Great talking about him. We have his own historian writing about him, right? Julius Caesar. We have Julius Caesar's own book, right? So when it comes to these historical figures, we have their writings, or we know about them because their contemporaries are writing about them, or they're doing super mundane things that we don't even need to think twice about. But when it comes to Jesus specifically, right?
I would
Everything
I would
that
say
points to
Jesus specifically as well. I think we do have to
no.
remember that. No, I would just push back on that. We do have
Okay.
to remember that for he is someone who is not very high up in society. I would say he is someone who is very much low down. So there would not be very much stuff written about them. They are not very important in that sense. I would say they
No,
are
that
not
that's
they are
that's
not
that's how we
rich,
know
you
that
know.
this figure wasn't that low, is because there's writings about him, right? But again, the issue with
Well,
these
well,
writings are, hold on.
well,
The issue with these writings are,
which is it? There are writings about him, or there aren't.
oh
Because
no, I believe he didn't exist, but he's written about,
yeah, but
if he did
you
historically
were just
exist, he
telling
would
me
have
there
been
were
a
writings
big
about him.
person. Wait, what?
No, well, you just said to me that there were writings about him now.
No, no,
So
no. What I'm saying is that the fact that there would be quote unquote writings about him doesn't suggest that he would have been a nobody, right? Um,
well,
right.
I'd
That's what
say
I'm
honestly,
saying.
honestly, at the time, I think he was a bit of a nobody. Like
Well, I don't think
he
he
was just.
existed.
Well,
The issue, well, but what I'm
I'm
saying
saying
though is the issue
I'm
that we're
saying
running
at
into.
the time he was just some random Jew, you know.
Well, no,
Or
because if he was just a random Jew,
he
there wouldn't nobody would have cared. It
he,
wouldn't have been a big deal. There were plenty of people that were being executed for blasphemy, and we don't have writings about them. What's more likely that
like
happened is we had a
he
group
was
of
just
mystery
another
cultists. What
he
probably
was
happened
another
is,
he was another apocalyptic preacher, and there were a
yeah, and
few
there was
other
plenty
of
of
those at
them.
the time. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
there was,
agree.
yeah, and we don't hear about
I agree with you.
very many of them
No,
at all, not to the extent of Jesus. But what probably happened
no,
is,
we don't.
what probably happened is that we had a mystery cult that was worshiping somebody I subscribe to. They're probably worshiping Serapis Christus. They're worshiping Serapis. In 14
Mm.
CE, Serapis worship was banned by Caesar Augustus. It was banned by Caesar Augustus. Some emperors were more strict with it, other ones were loose on it. But this would
Mm.
force the Serapis worshippers, because Serapis was never formally adopted into the Roman pantheon, this would force those
Yeah, I know.
worshippers to go into mystery cults. And then when we look at
No,
the
that's
actual origins of Serapis himself, his earliest origins come from Asia Minor. We see an explosion with Christianity with the Bar Kokhba revolt. And it is a case where so it is my belief that we had these mystery cultists that were worshiping Serapis
yeah.
Christus. And
Well,
what happened is, what happened is,
yeah.
once
Sorry.
the Bar Kokhba revolt happened and that rebellion happened and the Romans won and Hadrian laid waste to all of Judea, now we have these Jews that are fleeing Judea. They have nowhere to go. They're in hiding. They're in fear because many of them were carted off enslaved. And so now we have an opening where these mystery cultists can now kind of have a way in to be able to now openly worship this Serapis figure. This is why when we look at all of the miracles that Jesus performs, every miracle he performs matches one of the syncretic gods that made up Serapis. In fact, we even have the story of Jesus going to the pool of Bethesda, which was an Asclepian pool, and healing a man there. Now, notice Jesus doesn't say, "Look at me, I'm better than Asclepius," right? Which, if you pay attention to the Old Testament, if the people that had written this narrative about Jesus, had they actually been paying real attention to the Old Testament instead of just trying to pick out points to pin onto Jesus, they would have known that throughout the Old Testament, anytime Yahweh is pinned up against another god, it is always so that at the end, the prophet, whether it's Elijah or Moses or whoever the prophet is, can look at the priests of the other gods and say, our God kicked your God's ass. But we don't get that with Jesus. Yeah. Jesus doesn't say anything about Asclepius. Jesus is just like, hey, I can heal you, right? And no, so I mean, we have this.
Sorry,
but hold on. Nearly done.
Okay, yeah.
But we also now have Jesus. We have this book that also, at this same time period, has been banned by Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva has said, this Wisdom Ben Sirach, you're not allowed to read it. And so this is a perfect book for these mystery cultists to be able to grab. And now they are, because Jesus says entire lines out of this book, word for word. And it's a book that most Protestants don't even use. Protestants don't even use this book. So they're not going to be able to go and look at it. And so could I be behind that Jesus is named after this Jesus Ben Sirach? Yeah, I could believe that. That's probably where they got the name from. But I don't believe, and no evidence points to, Jesus having survived in or having lived in the 1st century CE.
No, I understand why that might sound convincing, but I honestly haven't seen that that kind of evidence, and I don't think it's as convincing as some of the other evidence I've seen. I think you no, sorry, can I just go on, because
go ahead.
You were talking for quite a long time.
No, go ahead.
I think you will find lots of, let's say, historical similarities if you want to look for them. Like, for example, so like if we take, let's say, I don't know, Christmas Day, people will say, oh, the Christians obviously stole it from because it was based on Sol Invictus, and the or Saturnalia, and these kind of things, and if you actually, I would say, go into the historical record, I know this is going off on a tangent a little bit, but you can see like why they would have chosen, let's say, that date. And things like that. No, I'm just
full disclosure. Real quick, full disclosure. I don't buy that. There are some holidays that Christians did steal, but when it comes to the Roman holidays, no, Christians didn't steal those. It's a case that Rome, when Christianity became the official religion of Rome, they already had these holidays, and so all they did was convert the holidays that they already had into Christian holidays. So I fully support that.
Well, so what I was just going to say, with that is, I think when you look through the historical record, I would say there's often a lot of similarities, and a lot of similarities between people. And I think if you're looking to try and match them up, like you can do with holidays, it's often very easy to do that. But like I would say, I think often, and I would say the most kind of popular in the academic circle view at the moment, and I think will probably continue to be so, even though it is more popular, I would say, on the internet. And I can understand why it is more popular on the internet, to be honest, because I think there are a lot of people who've been especially in America, who've been very badly hurt by, let's say, very fundamental Christianity, and they've been brought up to, like, as in, the Bible is the literal word of truth. If you don't believe it, you're going to hell. And they really want to push back against that. And so the best way to do that is, well, fuck that, Jesus never existed, Sorry, but
Well, let me ask you a quick question, because you keep
yeah,
bringing up, historians, right?
yeah,
And that's consensus. And while I can agree it is a consensus right now, I do think we're starting to see a shift, right? And if you ever get a
yeah.
chance, to actually talk with some of these historians, it's not the fact that they're going to say 100% Jesus existed. I think
No,
what it mainly
no,
is they just don't
no
care.
good historian, no good historian would ever say 100% anything. I think
Well,
what
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah,
would
yeah, yeah.
say is, I think what they would say is it's more likely he did than he didn't. You know,
I
I
don't
think they
even
would
think they'll
say,
say that. I think what they will say is when you meet them that they
I
really haven't seen good evidence for his existence, but it's just not worth their time to argue. Something they just choose not to
yeah,
argue on. So they
no,
themselves are basing their opinion on other people's consensus. Like, for example,
I
could
yeah,
you
no,
name me 10 historians? Just name me 10 historians that believe Jesus existed. Can you name 10 of them?
I mean, right now I couldn't, like, even though I've read them, I probably couldn't name you 10
Right. So
historians like off the top of
we
my
can
head.
look at Thomas Brody, Richard Carrier, Raphael Lancaster, Robert M. Price, Thomas Thompson, Philip Davies, Hector Avalos, Arthur Droege, Carl Ruck,
I
and David
mean,
Madison. These are 10 mythicists. These are 10
oh
historians
no,
who work in
I,
academia who side with
I,
me.
d- I don't question that there are mythicists in academia. I'm just saying
Mhm.
they are among the minority,
Well,
like quite a substantial amount. Um,
correct, but
that's all I'm
I
saying.
think as
And I,
Styliometry
I,
goes out more,
and
and once Styliometry knocks out of the park that these texts are in the mid second century, because right now they quote them to be somewhat contemporary to Jesus, right? Saying, because Matthew
no,
wrote in they're saying he
no, no,
wrote around the 70s, but if Matthew wrote that, Matthew knew Jesus, right? But once these get
no, no,
knocked into the
no,
second
no,
century,
no,
go ahead.
that's not what they're saying. Most historians, certainly good ones, uh, do not. I would say do not say that Matthew. People like Matthew uh, wrote Matthew and things like that. I would say a lot of the ones I've spoken to will say, yeah, the writers of the New Testament, sorry, the people whose names are on the New Testament probably didn't write them themselves,
Well,
but
no, we
despite
know
that,
that. We know
yeah,
that. But what
yeah,
I'm saying is
yeah,
that
and
the consensus
they
is
were
the writing. Well, hold on. The consensus is that
and they were written
the
in the second
Gospels
in the second
themselves.
century. Yeah,
No, in the
no, I
first at
agree
the
that.
end of the first century. It's the end of the first century, which means that it is plausible that the
Hmm,
people who are writing these knew the apostles, right? If it's not the apostles themselves, right? Sorry, if it's not the authors attributed, then these are people that plausibly knew, received these stories from people that knew Jesus. Because, again, that's the importance of apostolic tradition. Everything hinges on apostolic tradition and whether or not these early church fathers actually existed. If it turns out that these church fathers never existed, that Eusebius made them up, and it turns out, as Styliometry is suggesting, that the Gospels were in fact written in the mid second century, not the first century, right? That is going to absolutely destroy the historicity of Jesus Christ. Then it turns
honest,
into us writing a story about somebody that existed 100 years in the past and we have no evidence of his existence. He just
honestly,
suddenly then just suddenly pops up.
honestly, I don't think it's going to change the claim as much as you think it does, because the
It will, because the claim
no,
only exists because the stories were at least told by people that knew the disciples of Christ, possibly knew
no,
Christ, right? But as soon
no,
as we place
the,
this in the mid second century and not even their great grandparents knew any of these
no,
people, well, then we're going to destroy it.
no, but again, I would say you're going back to that Protestant position of these books are accurate, and I would say
No, that's I'm
that
not basing it off the
no,
stories. I'm
well,
basing it
sorry,
off the person
no,
himself.
yes, but the the I would say the historian's position is based more on the fact that there is, I would say, so much impact over the regions in
No, the
general.
historian basis is off of apostolic. I've talked to them. I've read their books. Right. I
No, I
studied. I
know,
went to
I
school
know,
for this. The historian's
I know.
base, the consensus comes from apostolic tradition. The fact that some of these early church fathers existed because, right, they these church fathers didn't do anything like crazy or wild, so it's not
Mhm.
like historians like are going out and trying to find out whether or not Papias actually existed, right? They like don't need to go find that out. They can just take the
Yeah.
word of it, right? But oh, and with Jesus, it is because the early writings, the Gospels, or sorry, all the New Testament, probably except for Revelations, but all of the New Testament is placed in the first century. Paul is placed way earlier. Paul comes, according to what the consensus is that Paul comes before the Gospels, right? And that is why historians, one of the leading factors for why historians believe Jesus exists. It has nothing to do with the impact. There are other religions that have had amazing impacts. Buddhism, for one, but you don't see people going out there and believing that necessarily. But once we get rid of the documents themselves, because these early writings are viewed as archaeological evidence, right? But once the aging of these archaeological evidence gets bumped back to the mid second century, that means that all of the church fathers who Eusebius probably made up, that is having claims of having met this apostle or that apostle, their claims are suddenly gone. They're out the window too, because it turns out that they never existed, which means that suddenly we have in the mid second century this Jesus character quite literally just appearing with the new evidence. And that's why I think
Yeah.
it'll just destroy it.
Have you sorry, I was sorry, firstly, I just want to say thank you. Sorry, I'm going to carry on, but I just want to say thank you for having me on your chat, by the way, because I'm really enjoying this,
Yeah,
So
I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, and I'm also just really enjoying your chat, by the way. Reading it.
Thank you.
Everyone's saying how we're both going to hell, or all the rest of it. It's so great.
Look.
No, it's just so funny.
Look, if there are Trump supporters in heaven, like send me to hell.
Yeah.
I will gladly
yeah.
go to hell.
Me too, baby.
So, anyways, hey,
yeah.
I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, are you on TikTok though?
I'm not. Can I just add one more thing? I was going to say, have you heard of the Didache?
Wait, say that again.
Didache, Didache.
What about it?
So I would say this is something that's potentially written.
It's Didache.
Yeah, sorry, I always pronounce that wrong. I know. I was going to say this is something that's I know I always get that wrong. I would say this is something that's potentially written before the New Testament as an early set of church orders. So
let's see.
I'd say this was kind of, because I can't remember, I heard about this. I think it was maybe last year or the year before. It's generally placed like in the first century or something, but it's
I will need to talk to Jaren I
Yeah.
think they tested this because so the Didache, we don't have any of
Okay.
its early. We don't have any of its early stuff. And so
No, but the interesting thing I would say is it's kind of it's more it's not kind of it's not basically, telling us what Jesus did, what Jesus didn't do. And I'd say it's more kind of church orders, and it talks more about, you know, what kind of Jewish Christians should be doing, shouldn't doing, and kind of how they kind of adapted themselves, for kind of, non-Jewish Christians. So I would say it's quite an interesting insight just to like the very early church. And I would say, just alone based on the kind of historicity of that, it's quite an interesting old manuscript, you know.
yeah,
So
I just shot Jaren a message. I shot him a text message because
yeah,
yeah, it's placed when they look at its writing, it's placed currently to be right around the first, second century, right in there.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But
it's
I
it's it's
believe
it's first century, or kind of a bit less commonly second century.
Yeah, but I believe when Jaren and his co-author, when they ran Styliometry on it, I think it got placed right around with the other text. Cause so the
Mm,
issue when we date things, that like the reasoning why a lot of the gospels are placed the way they are dated the way
yeah.
they are, is because they mention the destruction of the temple, because of the destruction of Jerusalem.
Mhm.
And it's because of that, and because of the synoptics, right? So if Mark, because currently the model is Mark in priority with the synoptic gospels, and we know that John came after them. So if Mark was the first of the synoptic gospels, and it is being placed around 70 because of the temple, and um
You've got
there we go.
Q and
Yeah,
all that kind of
somebody
stuff.
yeah, somebody who ran Stylo is saying that when they ran Stylo, it's looking like the Didache is probably placed a little bit later. But when they but it's a case of um
But I
the
would,
theologians
mm,
want it to be as early as possible. They want it as close to 30 as possible, because they want the destruction of the temple to be a prophecy, right? They need that to be a prophecy. So they want that in as close to 30 as possible. However, historians who are not theologians, who are looking at this historically, are being like, no, 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 no. We might give you 70 around the destruction of the temple. We'll give you around the destruction of the temple, but we're not going to give it that early. So, and
yeah.
most historians will, even if you talk to them about why Mark is placed when it is, they will say it's because it's a compromise. It's a compromise between
Oh
theologians
yeah.
and historians. So that's why they place it in 70. And so any other text that comes out when they just look, especially when we don't have like the earlier manuscripts, when they look at them, they're going to take a look at what they say, and that so they're gonna so the baseline for their placement is going to be with Mark. Um,
Well,
Now
well,
again with
I
what?
would say the Didache is orders rather than scripture.
Oh yeah yeah
So
yeah.
it's kind of, it's not based on this happened or this didn't happen. You know, it's more just
Oh no no
you
no
should
yeah
do
yeah.
this, you
I'm
shouldn't do
I'm
that.
aware.
Yeah. Sorry.
No no correct
Okay.
correct. But what I'm saying though is like the manuscript itself. Now one thing that would absolutely throw like Christ before Jesus, or any of this mythos, especially my mythicist position, would be, let's say they found a manuscript, like an actual manuscript, and they
Mhm.
carbon date the manuscript, and it's dated to, say they find an actual manuscript of one of Paul's letters, and it's actually dated to like 40 or 50. Well,
Yeah,
now,
I think that would be unlikely, but you know.
Yeah, but if that happened, or if they found a
Yeah.
manuscript of any of the Gospels and they were actually dated to even 70, even if it was dated to 70, I would then have to have a complete change of my stance and be like, well, Jaron, my good friend, I'm
The
taking
thing
you
is,
out tonight because this is
yeah.
heartbreaking news.
The thing is, I think when it, I think the problem is we see the early Christian church as too put together, you know, too centralized. I think we kind of, you know, like I'll use your word here. We believe some of the kind of myths a little bit, like that it was everything was all one church and it all just worked and it everything just went from the get-go, right? And I think the early Christian church was probably a lot more disorganized. It was a lot more people just doing their own thing, let's say, a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And I think practices started to evolve out of that. And I would say so. I think you're more likely to find manuscripts like the Didache, um, and things like that, basically,
Well,
rather than you
again,
know
I
things
think,
like Paul.
yeah, and John McLaren in on TikTok, he's saying it looks like it's been when they did Styliometry on it. Maybe I'm reading what he's saying wrong. He's saying it's
Mm.
probably been placed to the 260s to the 280s, because I know in school when we were talking about the Didache in school, the writing style itself,
Mm.
has a 500-year window with the writing style, because when they look at the paleolitography, when they look at the handwriting, it had like a 500-year
Yeah.
window. But the only reason why one of the reasons why they place it earlier is because it is believed to have been written by the apostles themselves. So if the disciples themselves wrote it, then it has to be placed earlier. But if it turns out that the disciples didn't actually write it, then that 500-year window is very much open. So yeah. But anyways, I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna
No,
go ahead, give
I've,
me a subscription.
I,
If you're not on
yeah,
TikTok,
I've really enjoyed it.
if you're not on
Yeah.
TikTok, hop on TikTok, make an account on TikTok. Again, my friend Jaron, I think you and Jaron would probably have a good discussion. But
Yeah.
he's the author of Christ Before Jesus. He's on TikTok almost every day, talking. But I appreciate this. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to another guest. But you have a good evening.
Yeah. Well, you know, I I wasn't trying to prove Christianity was true, but I was just trying to maybe push back on the mythicist position a little bit. So,
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate the
and
conversation.
you know, I hope you have a good rest of the day. Anyway, so
Uh,
thank you.
all right, let's leave Philo some massive W's. I do have a couple super chats to read that I did get. So Jen, we got $5 from Jen saying you're great. P.S. You need more mods in chat. Absolutely, I do. I'm working on that. Um, and then I had another one from Jen. I had a super thanks, it looks like, saying welcome to cyber. So Jen, I appreciate you. Yeah, if you are night shift finally getting here. You know what, we're gonna go ahead and get Marduk modded. All right, Marduk, you are modded. I appreciate it. And then, see, and anybody else, if you do want to mod, message Blake or Night Shift, and they can message me on Discord, and I can definitely get you modded that way. Virtue to Feral, how are you doing tonight? I enjoyed your live earlier today. If you are not following Virtue to Feral right now, I don't know what you are doing, but give her a fucking follow. She is fantastic. And so, what I am going to do for TikTok real quick is do a restart because, Hanji, you still sound like you're living inside of a Coke can. So I'm going to go ahead and do a restart really fast. So we'll knock out that restart and hopefully we'll get to where we can hear Hanji again. And everybody over on YouTube, I appreciate all 253 of you being here. If you do want to join in the conversation, go ahead and copy the link. It's tinyurl.com/cyber-guest, and I can certainly get you brought up, and we can definitely have a conversation. Just getting TikTok restarted again. Yeah, I don't know why. Every now and then it puts Hanji in, whoever's on my panel over there, it puts them in a, makes it sound like they threw their phone across the room for some reason. And coming back, we have Imbrew first, followed by Miss Michelle, followed by Shadow Boss, followed by Martin. So people coming back in pretty quick. And again, if you do want to support me, my links are in the description on YouTube. It's in my link tree on TikTok. Those are the best way to support me. So those are the best way to support me, through Cash App and Venmo. Also in between guess I do read off my Cash Apps, my Venmos, and my Super Chats. So if you do want to connect with me that way, I can definitely talk to you that way. Welcome back in, everybody on TikTok. And I got a $4.99 Super Chat from Marduk with a fox saying, ha 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 ha. I appreciate that so much, Marduk. Thank you so much for the Super Chat. I appreciate any and all support. I'm also waiting to see if my hedgehog wakes up a bit early, and then I can go grab him and bring him out to say hi. But they are nocturnal, and he sleeps all day. But while we are waiting, let's see if we shift to, you know what, a background that tended to take off a little bit yesterday. This background took off yesterday. So let me bring it back up, and we will see if it takes off today like it did the other night. I'm genuinely curious if it will. Let me make the link on this one. Oh, I think that's a good size. I don't need to make that bigger. Oh. There we go. We're going to bring up our next guest. How you doing, Kat? Kat, are you there? Kat, you are live and on the air.
Hello.
Oh, hold on one moment. I seem to have lost you. All right, Mockery is wrong. Are you there? All right, looks like they dropped as well. So, Cat or Mockery, I answered. I didn't hear anything from you. If you're there, go ahead and type it back in again, tinyurl.com/cyber-guest. Would love to chat with you. Hop in the box. Let's talk about it. I'm going to get my guests over here on here brought up. We're going to get Hanji brought up, and we'll bring up James Love 27. How you doing, Hanji?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, thank the gods. Thank Doug.
Praisers.
No,
Hey,
no,
Joyful.
we praise Rocky. Doug's only begotten. So how you doing, James?
Me.
I'm an atheist, by the way. First of all, I just want to start out with I look up to you, man. I look up to you, Justin, Joyful, like all you guys. I can't remember his name, but Christ before Jesus. Like you guys are seriously to me. Yeah, Jared, thank you. You guys are like, I mean, for a guy that grew up in Catholicism and is I'm deconstructed and have been for years, but just to learn knowledge from you guys is amazing. But I have some Christian friends, and their biggest claim is the Shroud of Turin. And I actually asked Joyful this the other day, and he gave me, and him and Benny, who's also amazing, and Benny's awesome as well, gave me some good answers. But I was just wondering, like, if to me they always claim this weird thing of like 34 terawatts of energy coming through, and I was just wondering what your take on that, because none of it makes any sense to me, but I'm just trying to be able to understand so I can talk to them and maybe speak some sense into them, if you could drop me if this is not interesting to you.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, so just ask them, where did they get that information, right? And because that one's so what you'll hear is that one. You'll hear another claim where they'll say, if you do a reverse on the colors, it turns into a 3D image. Like there's a bunch of claims.
That's exactly what they said. Yep.
Yep. There's a bunch of claims that you're going to get with this, right? So what you do is, one, you first of all ask them, be like, can you show me the evidence of this, right? So with the Shroud of Turin, there's been 3 big studies that have been done on it. And by 3, I mean 1. The first study was done in the 1980s. It was to radiocarbon date it, which put it in the 1300s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the important thing about it being placed in the 1300s is it also matches with the type of weave that it has. It has what's called a 3-in-1 chevron weave. Now, the 3-in-1 chevron weave can be done by hand. However, it's extremely difficult, and generally it is done on a specialized loom. And we don't see any evidence of the 3-in-1 chevron weave before about the 1200s. We don't have any evidence of it before then, and certainly not in Judea.
They always told me when I brought that up, because that was a simple Google search, right? And they always would tell me, well, yeah, we now have these cloths that we've found that date back to that, and I have no evidence that I've ever found to agree with that.
Yeah, ask them for the evidence. Yeah. So whenever you're talking with anybody or debating them, do you ever watch Ian as well? Do you watch Ian at all?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I love Ian.
This is where and I use this quote from Ian. This is where you turn it into a fucking blood sport, right? If they're gonna go and they're gonna make outlandish claims like that, hold their feet to the fire. Require them to support it with evidence, right? Because there's no evidence of it. They're just going to make that claim. And if they don't have evidence, then just say, oh, so it's just vibes. You just got vibes. So hold their feet to the fire with that. But 2, so the weave, and again, it's a specific weave. It is, how you doing, Craig? So the weave is the 3-in-1 chevron weave. So that's the weave they need to show you. There's other weaves that are out there, but that specific weave we have no evidence of. The second thing is that it was found in France. Now, they then have to,
Around
you know, kind of
1300,
question.
correct?
Say what?
Was that around 1300 when the Catholic Church found it in France, right? Is that what you're referencing?
Let me go look at exactly when it was found. Well, it was on display, so yeah, I believe it was right around then.
Okay. Yeah, it's a guy. So I actually, again,
Yeah,
I'm an atheist.
1354. Yeah, it surfaced
I'm
in
an atheist, so
1354.
I kind of moderate like a Christian life, but they allow atheists in there, and I think it's a good topic that where people are allowed to discuss different things. But they have a guy called Oakdale Curtis is his TikTok name, and he's a very older gentleman, and this is all he does is shroud talks, and he does a 2-hour talk about it. But he claims things that I have no evidence that I find, and it's tough to, honestly, I don't want to be the a-hole 24-year-old that goes up to him and is super mean, but like none of it makes any sense.
Follow me, and next
I
time
do.
he
I
goes
promise you that.
live, yeah, and shoot me his profile, because I will be the a-hole in his mid-30s who goes up there and clowns the fuck out of him.
I would love to see it truthfully, and I'll send you a DM with his name. Yeah, I'll send you a DM with his name exactly, and you can maybe look onto his profile and see what he's kind of claiming and stuff. And I'm sure, again, you know vast amounts more of knowledge than I will ever even understand. But I just had to ask the question, to a guy that knows as much as you do.
Yeah. So the first one is going to be the 1980s study, which was the radiocarbon dating, which placed it in its proper time. The second study was done in 2014, and it was a blood test on it. And it's the one that claimed that there was human DNA found on it. The people who did that study had to redact it because other scientists went and looked at it and they said, hey, wait a minute. How did you draw these conclusions? How did you get this? And they couldn't produce it. They refused to elaborate on it. And that's a big deal. And so they had to redact their study. And if you go talk to any scientist, as a matter of fact, I have a few scientists in chat right now, so they can even type in, if you have to redact a study at all, that's like a black eye for the rest of your career. Your career is pretty much destroyed, because studies only get redacted if you were being negligent in the study itself. They don't get redacted. They don't get redacted if, say, a new information comes out or better technology comes out. That doesn't require you to redact it. But if you had negligence in how you conducted the study, that causes it to get redacted. The last study was done in 22. And in 2022, the study they did was the X-ray study. Now, the issue with this study is first, 2 of the scientists who participated in the 2014 study were also on this study. So not only does this spit in the face of the DNA study, because now they can't say there was DNA on it, because now they're trying to say that it's not blood on it. It was like this X-ray radiation that left,
and that's what he claims. Yeah.
Yep. But 2, if you read the study states that it is only accurate if the artifact that they are testing was kept in a temperature and humidity controlled environment for its entire time. The Shroud of Turin was not. The study also fails to mention that the Shroud of Turin was involved in at least 3 to 4 fires, which also throws off its readings. And all they do in their testing, all they do in it is they guesstimate, because they state that we are aware that this was not kept in the humidity and temperature controlled environment. So here's a number we have, and we're drawing this based off of an average temperature and humidity between Judea and France. So they draw this number. So it's just an arbitrary number.
Right.
Right. And second is the study, the type of testing they did has never been used on anything else. This was supposed to be the study that was this new type of dating technology. It was supposed to put that type of dating technology on the map, but it's never been used on anything else. The
And that's where I
Preston is
struggled with
mentioning-
it, because I tried to be, fair and look for atheist arguments and look for Christian arguments and find the fair part in the middle. But like you said, it only does it come up in Christian arguments. There's no atheist scientist that ever says any of that happened.
Correct. None of them do. And so yeah, these are all issues with it, and you just need to point it out, and you need to really hold their hand to their feet to the fire with it. The next issue that we run into, and like Preston said, the journal that it's in isn't even a credible journal. It's not a credible journal. And I'm going to bring up an image of the shroud, and this is one of the most damnable things, I think, and they can never explain this. So I gotta get this zoomed in here. So if you look at his arm, right? So right here, he's holding on to his wrist, right? So he's holding on to his wrist. Either that or Jesus had some freakishly long fingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's holding on to his wrist. So he's holding on to his hand here. Look how long this arm is compared to this arm.
That arm, yeah.
Yeah, that arm is, and the reason why they did that is because it's a piece of art, and they got to cover the peen. They had to cover the peen.
You got to. You can't have that out there.
And now you're going to hear arguments where they're going to be like, well, no, he's like shifted like this. We see this here. If he was shifted, we would not have a line here. This would also be shifted, and it's not. So this is just a work of art. Dan McClellan has an awesome video on it, on how it was
Dan
made, how
McClellan,
people
you said?
do. Yeah, Dan McClellan.
Okay, I'll write that down right now.
And yeah, and you can watch it here on TikTok. You watch it here on TikTok. Now, the second thing here is when you look at his beard is split distinctly in two. Now, if you go find the earliest pictures of Jesus, he is never depicted with a split beard. That doesn't come until later when he's shown with a split beard. But here we have a split beard. Now I'm going to show you a picture of somebody.
That's what Benny actually pointed out the other day when I asked Joyful this question was the split beard, and I thought that was very interesting, because you're totally right. We don't see any images of that.
Yep, but what we do see here is when we look up Jacques de Molay. Every picture of Jacques de Molay
Has that splitted beard.
and that's like his signature. The split beard is his signature. And do you know where Jacques de Molay is from?
I'm unfamiliar. I'm not that smart yet.
He is from France.
France. What a wild guess it would be.
Yep. So he is from France, and guess where the shroud was found?
In the 1300s, France, right?
In France. So
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so chances are that this is just a piece of artwork that was done in memory of Jacques de Molay, because he was one of the last, I believe he was like the last commander of the Knights Templar, and he was executed. And it is the case that the Catholic Church has since given an apology for it, and they said that he was wrongfully executed. And if you don't know much, essentially what happened was the Catholic Church was in a lot of debt to the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar
Right.
actually set up, like, the reason why we have the credit card today is because of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar, like, set up the earliest version of a credit system. So when you would make, like, a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, what you would do is you'd stop at a Knights Templar monastery and you'd drop off any goods that you had, and they would write you a receipt. And then as you spent your money, they would just note it on that receipt and they'd subtract things. And then when you went to go back to grab your goods, they would just subtract from that, and then they just give you back what.
And I read an article about that, and actually, funny enough, the woman that just commented, that's Cam Christian Lifestyle. She's a good friend. That's who I kind of hang out on lives with. That's a Christian, and it's a friend of hers that is the gentleman that does this Shroud talk. But again, every evidence that I've found, that I just haven't been able to find credible Christian evidence to give me any reason to understand. It's a very interesting topic because I wasn't aware of it until about a month or two ago in my research and coming upon this gentleman. But again, I mean, I'll offer both of you money to talk to each other just to hear. I think it would be so interesting because I think you have a vast amount of knowledge that I'll never be able to get to, and he seems like a decently smart guy too. But if you have any interest in talking to him at all, I'll shoot you a DM with his username so you're able to find it, and maybe you'll be able to look at it all. But I appreciate you bringing me up and giving me any time, brother.
Yeah, what we can do, what I'd be willing to do, and I think it'd be fun, is Controversial Compass, Mr. Coco, does every now and then, he'll do these weekends of debate. And if he is up for it, I would be interested in actually debating him on one of Coco's debates about the Shroud of Turin.
Okay, well, I'll reach out to him and I'll absolutely ask. I gonna be honest, I don't think he's gonna want to, because I don't think he's gonna want the challenging of it. I think he won't even talk, like, he doesn't like to even talk about, like, and anything. Like, as soon as you say, okay, well, why does God have natural disasters? He's like, all right, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't usually talk about any of that type of deal. So he's probably going to say no. And again, he is an older gentleman, so I'll give him that respect. But regardless, I think it's very interesting because throughout all the creators and the guys that I follow, like you guys, and the research I've done on my own, I just haven't found anything that is, yeah, she just commented, it's Oakdale Curtis is his name. But, it's a very interesting talk he gives, and he brings up different points. He brings up 3D images. He brings up the UV light. He brings up the 34 terawatts of energy. He brings up all these different things that I just cannot find outside of Christianity. You know what I mean? Beliefs in it.
Yeah, well, and the important thing to remember when you talk to him is mention that the Shroud of Turin, the place that did the study is a Catholic school. So it was Catholic funded, right? The people that did the study, 2 of the scientists that did the study, did the 2014 redacted DNA study. So then you kind of question, so wait, are they now dropping? Are they saying there was no blood on it? Because that even draws it in further, the issues with the credibility of it. And so that draws in some other issues. And real quick, T-Rock, once you get up here, just go ahead and hop on mute. And so, yeah, there's just all sorts of issues to it. And I think with him being an older, like, don't get me wrong, I'll absolutely go on his live and wreck him. Like he will he will get off that live and delete his TikTok and rethink his life after that. I don't have a problem doing that. But I think doing it on Coco's debates though, because the way Coco does the debates, if you haven't seen them, they are, it's like a formal debate. So there's depending on the topic, so there'd probably be like 8-minute openers, so each of us would get 8 minutes to open. We get like 5 minutes cross-examination and then closing statements, and then afterward Coco leaves it up to the chat to vote who won. Coco doesn't declare any winners, he just leaves it up to the chat.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, again, and like I said, I'm personally, I'm lucky enough. I sell horses for a living, but like, I'm lucky enough. I'd be willing to literally send you both money to talk to each other, just so that for my pure entertainment. You know what I mean? But again,
Yeah.
brother, I appreciate you bringing me up and letting me ask that question and stuff. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
No, not a problem. And that's part of what my platform is I want to have people come up, because as much as I love doing debates, I think it's extremely important when things like the Shroud of Turin get brought up, because there is so much misinformation out there, and there's a lot of people who aren't aware that like it's this fringe study that isn't even in a peer-reviewed journal. Nobody takes the journal that it's in seriously. All they hear is, well, explain this, and it's just thrown in their face. And most people, when they go into people's lives, they're on their phone, so it's not like they're able to be like, well, let me go read the study and take 30 minutes to read the study. And
Right.
The owner of the Shroud of Turin even admitted that it was not an artifact. He said it's an artistic expression of of Jesus.
Well, if I'm not wrong, the
It's a work
Catholic
of
Church
art,
doesn't even
so-
claim it, right?
So it got kind of resurrected as a what do you call it? A relic. It's a resurrected hoax.
yeah,
It was
so
dis-
what happened?
It was dismissed like a long time ago, and then it kind of like come back up, you know?
Yeah, so what happened was, so this church had it on display. This church in France had it on display. And when the Catholic Church proper found out about it, because it was a Catholic monastery that had it on display, but when the Vatican found out, when Rome found out they had it on display, they were like, what the fuck? So they went, and they initially was like, this is fake, this is false. But it had gained so much popularity. Again, we have the Crusades, we have pilgrimages that go right through there, and the Catholic Church saw that it was a great money-making scheme. A great money-making scheme for people to be able to come and see this. And so instead of proving it was a forgery like they initially wanted to, they're like, we're just going to keep our mouth quiet about this. How you doing,
Right.
F. Yeah, and so the Catholic Church goes through these cycles where the Catholic Church, whenever it becomes a main focal point, the Catholic Church will kind of be like, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. But then as soon as it slips back into the abyss, the Catholic Church is like, no, it's real. Come look at it. It's real. We need your money.
Trust me, I went to Catholic school until 8th grade, and they still send me letters asking for cash.
Right. And it's same with so I had a young woman come on here on Video Ninja a few last week or the week before, and she was Orthodox, and she was sitting there trying to argue Isaiah 53. And she brought up something that happens within the Orthodox Church, and it's called, I believe they call it the Holy Flame. They do it every year on Easter at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And essentially what they do is they show up to Jerusalem, to the tomb of Christ at the Holy Sepulchre, And one of the leaders of the church goes into the tomb itself by himself. He goes in there by himself. And while he's in there, a divine light comes down and lights a candle on fire. And then he goes out with this flame, and they spread the flame out amongst the congregation, and they're able to like put the flame on themselves, and it doesn't burn them, right?
Yeah,
Now,
I've seen the videos of that.
yeah, now when you do studies of this, right? And as a matter of fact, on my YouTube video where that's being talked about, she left a comment in it where she sent me a video of this happening, and I responded with a with another video where one of the leaders, and he's like one of the big leaders within the Orthodox Church, is straight up telling a journalist it's fake. Like, I come in here by myself, I light it with a lighter, and it's on fire. He's like, there's nothing supernatural about it. It's literally just me lighting it. It's 100% natural. But he also points, and there's and so he's Greek. This guy is Greek. And there's an Armenian priest, because the Orthodoxy kind of has its own little schism going on, because you have the Greek Orthodoxy and then you have the Armenian Orthodoxy, and they work.
I'm familiar with the Greek. I'm not familiar with the Armenian part of the Orthodoxy. I haven't looked into that too much yet.
They hold to different of the councils. They hold to some different councils.
Okay.
For the most part, their doctrine is the same. There's just some minor details that they differ on, but it's not enough for them to have a complete schism.
Right.
But while this Greek Orthodox guy is saying it's completely fake, you see this Armenian Orthodox priest put his head and he's like, "What did you say?" He's like, "Yeah, it's 100% natural." And I thought the Armenian priest was going to slap him. He's like, "No, you take that back. Like, that's not true." He's like, "I've done this 4 times. 100%. I use a lighter." But then they've also went in. So this journalist that's there, he had a scientist with him as well. And during this event, there's thousands of people in there. And so they had a heat gun and they were shooting the temperature on people. And they noticed that everybody had a layer of sweat on their body. So when you have a layer of sweat on your body, it gets in your beard, stuff like that, in your hair. It makes it harder for you to get burned, because it has to evaporate the sweat first, and then you can get burned. On top,
right, it has to go through that layer.
Yeah. Second, they're constantly moving it. It's not like they have a video of somebody just holding it on their arm for like 5 minutes. No, they're constantly moving it. So it's fake. It's fraud. I responded to her video with that video.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, again, I've been atheist for years. I'm not as smart as you to have the information that you have, and truthfully, I try and look into the books. I need to buy Jared's book. I need to get the Christ Before Jesus book. I've got Jay Schneider's book. I don't know if you're familiar with the holy shit of the Bible, but I've got that one, and I like that one a lot. It's a great one. But I need to buy Jared's book and stuff like that. But hey, Cyber, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I really appreciate you bringing me up, brother. I do.
Yep, not a problem. Thank you for coming up. And let's go ahead and give James some massive W's for coming up. Thank you for coming up, my friend.
Thank you, man. All right, take.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut him off. But yeah, and just like Macluster said as well, there's also videos of people accidentally putting this flame out. You'll hear where these people that make these claims, and they'll be like, "and nobody gets burned." And it turns out that on Easter every year, turns out Jerusalem has a few people in the ER because they got burned. In fact, it got to be such a problem that they only allowed a flame to move out so far, because they realized that once it gets out, people aren't going to have that nice layer of sweaty arms, and they're going to get burned. How you doing, Hanji?
I'm good. I'm just playing my video game while you do your thing.
All right, we're going to try Mockery again. Mockery, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I can't complain too much. And how old are you?
I am 22.
All right, and are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
All right, so I'm a firm believer that Jesus was a liar and a fraud, and now he's nothing but a carcass.
Can I ask why you think he is a fraud and a liar?
Oh yeah, he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. He made claims that he was going to be back within 40 years. He never came back. In fact, there's 3 claims that he makes. One of them is he makes to a congregation of people, and he says, this generation will not pass away before I come back with my kingdom, my angels, my clouds, my glory. He makes a claim to his disciples twice. One claim is that he's talking about his crucifixion, and he says, "But surely some of you are standing here who will not taste death before I come back with my kingdom, my angels, my glory." And then there's a third time when his disciples are starting to face some heat. They're starting to get some pushback, and they come to him and they kind of express, hey, people aren't liking our message. And he says, hey, here's what I need you to do. Go to this town, and once they start persecuting you in that town, go to this next town. And when they persecute you there, go to the next town. And he tells them that they will not visit all of Israel before he comes back with his angels, his kingdom, and his glory. Turns out that they were so successful in going throughout Israel, they did it so quickly that Jesus forgot to come back, that they started visiting the rest of the Roman Empire. So these are cases where Jesus lied about his second coming, and he never fulfilled a single messianic prophecy.
He didn't lie, for one. It is very hard to say when he will actually come back, because don't forget, in the Bible, he has promised a lot of things, and most of them were during that time. When you die, we don't know exactly what's after death. There have people who have had a connection to Jesus and came back from a near-death experience, or have died and then come back to life. And most of those have lined up with one another. I will say one thing before I continue. Do you know the point of the gospel, or why he was forsaken on the cross?
Do I know why?
Do you know the point of the gospel?
Oh, yeah. It was because if Jesus did exist, he was calling people to poverty. And again, he said he was going to be back within 40 years. And when he didn't come back, the people that he called to poverty were like, wait, we're poor. He didn't come back. And they started putting pressure on the disciples. So the disciples were like, quick, tell them he's coming back later. Yeah, it's his second coming. We lied. He wasn't supposed to come back within the 40 years. He's say it's later. We need right revelations.
Every single one of his followers were persecuted for not denying him having.
What evidence do you have of that? Right? What evidence is there of that?
The written account of the disciples and the entirety of the Bible. There were 500 people, including women, which back during the day.
Were there testimonies? Were there testimonies?
You're asking for a written testimony for 500 individual people?
No, I'm just asking for like 2 or 3 of the 500 plus.
I will ask you this then. Let's just use. I'm going to use an example.
Wait. So we don't have We don't have.
There is not
we don't have even
100.
one.
The 500 people
Mhm.
is during that time is the best way, considering that the Bible is the most hated and most spread religion there is in the world.
By the sword, yeah.
Do you also know hold on, do you know what the 10 Commandments are?
Yeah, they're in Exodus 20.
Can you list them? I have them here with me too. I'm just asking.
Oh, no, I can't list them, but did you know that God gave Moses during those about 10 verses, he gave more than 10 commandments?
Never have heard of that in my life.
What?
There
Yeah.
be more than 10 commandments.
Oh,
God's
yeah,
10
we can.
commandments is the only thing I've ever heard in my life. If you could show me,
Oh.
that'd be.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, so the commandments is anytime you see a thou shalt not. Those are a mitzvah or a commandment. There's a total of 613 of them, if you weren't aware. But yeah, we can cover this. So are you under, just real quick, just to make sure, are you under the impression that like Moses went up, received the 10 commandments, came down, saw the golden calf, and destroyed the 10 commandments?
No.
So what's your
interested-
understanding?
My
Yeah, so
understanding is. I'm sorry, you can
Go ahead.
continue.
No, go ahead.
My understanding or my faith is that Jesus came down in mortal, or God came down in mortal.
No, we're talking
flesh.
about the 10 commandments right now. Hold on, we're talking about the 10 commandments.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe in the 10 Commandments because they do a very
No.
good
The
image
story of the story of the 10 commandments. Do you believe that Moses, so the Israelites come out of Israel, the Red Sea collapses, they're wandering the wilderness, they end up at the base of Sinai, and then Moses goes up to Sinai, receives a set of laws, comes down, sees the golden calf, takes the tablets that the laws were written on, throws it at the calf and destroys them, turns the calf into powder, and then makes the people drink it. Do you believe that when he was up there, he only received the 10 commandments?
That I cannot give you 100% yes or no because I've
Okay.
never seen it. I'll look into it, but I'm not going to conform to that,
Okay.
so to speak.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you also know that the Israelites were being chased out of Egypt across the Red Sea, or through the Red Sea, not across, that Moses did part with the power that God bestowed upon him to cross it. And there have been discoveries of chariots from the Romans or the Egyptians.
Nope, that's wrong. Those are what's called tabletop coral. We see tabletop coral all around the world. I scuba dive, and I've seen tabletop coral. They also do not correlate, the shape of those do not correlate with the type of chariots that would have existed at the time. So no, they're actually not. But where we're gonna go, and I'm just checking my Tanakh right now, taking a look at something in here.
By
But
Tanakh, you mean the Old Testament?
I'm Jewish.
So you're okay. So you don't believe in Jesus, period.
Huh?
You don't believe in Jesus, period, according to the Old Testament and the Torah, where they only really relate to God as being one being and can't being two, correct?
Oh, correct. Yeah. Well, I'm an atheist. Like I'm ethnically Jewish. I'm religiously atheist. But so with the 10 Commandments, right? So if you you can't see on the screen. Never mind. You can't see the screen. So chapter 20, Exodus 20 starts the 10 Commandments, right? But what you're going to get through here is we've got Exodus 20, And then we'll go here to Exodus 21. We have the law concerning slaves. We'll go over to Exodus 22. We have laws of restitution. So these are all commandments, right? So these are still commandments. Exodus 23, we have laws for justice. When we go into Exodus 24, we have laws of blood of covenant. Exodus 25, we have laws of offering. Now we're getting into some of the stuff that applies mainly for the Levites.
Can
I
interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
I want to say, commandments are not laws. Laws are also a subdivision. Think of like the judicial system for America. There's executive, judicial, and legislative. And then there are laws governing those, and there are people governing those. What the commandments really are is just a general overview. And I may be wrong about this, which I
You are. Can you show me where in the 10 Commandments where it states that, like, hey, these are an overview, and then we're going to break these down? Because that's not told anywhere within the Old Testament. It's not mentioned anywhere in the Hebrew. There's no translation that says that. What it is, Go ahead.
Are you looking at this from a modern perspective or a back when it was written perspective, that if you look at it like thou shalt not murder, are you thinking, oh, killing is just that? Or are you just trying to generalize?
Well, hold on, what's murder? What's murder?
Extent?
Well, what's
an
murder?
Unjustified killing to somebody.
Yeah.
Like an unprovoked killing. Now, a justified killing is someone attacks you, is threatening your life, you are fearing for your life, and you're probably about to die. And then you wind up, if you have a gun or a knife or a sword at that time.
The question is, though, what do you think makes the 10 Commandments special versus all the other commandments? Because there's nothing in the text. There's nothing in the text that separates them, right? And in fact, later on in Exodus, because if you remember, the first set of the 10 Commandments gets destroyed. And then Moses goes back later and he receives another set of laws, but they have a completely different set of 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments are completely different.
That I just don't believe, and I have never seen anything going with your line of thought. No. And there are a lot of misinformation. There is a lot of false information with both Christianity.
Wait, do you have a Bible with you? Do you have a Bible with you right now?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Which one you want to get? The King James Version?
Oh, that's a horrible one. Don't ever use the King James Version. Can you turn to Exodus 34?
Give me 1 second. Let me grab it.
Mm-hmm.
What chapter?
Yeah, so it's going to be Exodus 34.
34 what?
And go to verse 28. Right, so you'll see there where it mentions the 10 Commandments, right?
Yes.
Right now, if you go, we have him coming down, so go up. If you go up, you're going to see where in verse 10, he goes up. In verse 10, hereby make a covenant for all the people. And then he tells them in verse 11, obey what I command you today. See, I will drive you out. And then we get a list of laws given. right? One of them is you shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread as I commanded you. So this is today while we're in Passover, why we as Jews don't eat leavened bread. We eat a lot of matzah because of this command. So if you read those, you'll see that we have a completely different set of 10 commandments.
But have you ever bothered looking into the gospel or the words of Jesus Christ that you don't seem to believe exists? Have you
Wait, say that again?
I get that you're looking back at the Old Testament, all the little laws here and there.
Well, you're the one who brought up the 10 Commandments. I didn't bring them up. You did.
Well, I brought up the 10 Commandments. I didn't bring up the other laws that were written at the time for the covenant of God between God and his chosen people. Now, even with that, everything was redone when Jesus came down and what the fuck was the word? Quoted from the Old Testament all the way up to his death. And what he did, regardless of anything, was he took the world's sins, past, present, and future.
Well, that's what the story says. That's what the story says. But we also have where he lied, because what you came up and what we're talking about is him lying, right? So if we go and we look at Matthew 24 and we go over to 30, Matthew 24 going over to verse 30, we'll bring this up so chat can read it. But what you're going to see is then all the signs of man will appear in heavens, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And then we get this, talking about the fig tree. But then he says, truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. A generation is 40 years in the Hebrew and Jewish culture. 40 years has come and gone. Jesus hasn't come back. When we then go and oh man, I lost my other one that I had. That one I'll go find that other one real quick. But then you're going to read also where he states that some of you standing here will not taste death. In Matthew 16:28. In Matthew 16:28, he even states, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom with his angels, his glory, and all that kind of stuff, right? We have another one where he tells his disciples to visit this city, and when they're persecuted, go visit another city. These are all cases where Jesus literally had them believing that, and the people believing that he was going to be right back. And he never came back.
So you call him a liar and a fraud for not executing his command and through his power and will within a 40-year time frame.
Correct. That's what he says. Yes. Those are his words, not mine. Those are his words.
Have you ever promised somebody something and something has come up and you're like, sorry, I can't make it, or you have forgot to message them or something like that?
Is Jesus God?
Jesus is God. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Is God capable of lying? Well, let me rephrase that. God is all knowing, correct?
Yes.
So if God is all knowing and Jesus is all knowing, because he would need to be when he's given this prophecy, then it would come true. Can you think of anything that could inconvenience God enough to not keep his word?
The will of man, to forsake him and call him not their God, because God gave man, his creation, free will. But don't forget that Satan has a smooth tongue.
Wait. So God, when God says I'm going to be back in 40 years or within 40 years, he doesn't say he will be there in 40 years. Within 40 years, within
Does
that
it say 40
generation,
years or 40 years or that
generation is 40 years. A generation is considered 40 years. So when he'd be back within the 40 years, and now you're saying, well, he didn't come back because man inconvenienced God?
Yeah, a lot of it may not sound right or make coherent sense. You really have to look at the entire picture, other than nitpicking certain things and looking at.
I think it's just goofy to say that God gets. I think it's goofy to say that man inconveniences God. God is all knowing, right? So God can never be inconvenienced by man, because by the mere fact that God is all knowing, right? When you say that God is inconvenienced by man, is to say that God was surprised when Adam and Eve partook of the fruit.
And who coerced her into eating said fruit? When God said,
Wait, say that
eat
again?
from this one tree.
But God was all knowing, right?
Well, he knew that would happen.
Yeah, he knew. So was he surprised when they did it?
No.
Well, it's not free will. What's your definition of free will?
The ability to do something without consequence. Or go against it without consequence.
Now, but free will though is the hold on. But free will is the ability to choose otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Now, if God is all-knowing, do we actually have the ability to choose otherwise?
Yes.
Like, for example, you and I are talking right now, right?
Yes.
And God, being all-knowing, knew before you and I were even created that you and I would be talking today, right? God knew that because God's all-knowing, right?
Absolutely.
Now, is there any choice that I could have made with God being all-knowing? Keep in mind, you said God knew before we were created that God knew we were going to talk today. Is there a single choice that I could have made today to not be here right now talking to you if God had already seen that?
No, because that's the path and the line that it was set up from the beginning, from your birth to up until when you do inevitably pass, and same for me.
So how do I have free will? If I can't choose otherwise, how do I have free will?
You have free will because you chose to accept this call. I didn't force you. I sat here waiting, listening to you, and I decided to wait. I could have left. That could have been my part. I probably wouldn't have talked.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is, free will, the definition that you agree to, is the ability to choose otherwise, right? Now, you stated that we did not have the ability to choose other than being here today, right? So you're given this story like I chose to answer the call, you chose to wait for the call. However, if God had already seen that you and I were going to talk, how the fuck did we have the ability to choose otherwise while God maintains being all-knowing?
It's like a game of chess or something like that. You can plan out all the moves ahead, but wind up not making certain moves, but then having to go through certain moves. Or even just a board game in general. Just because
God's not all-knowing then.
He's all-knowing. He sees the outcomes of every different interaction there ever could be. Mm-hmm. He's an eternal power.
So he saw that we were already going to have this conversation. So it's a game of chess in which God has already won the game. We're just playing the game, but God already knows every decision that we're going to make. So we're not actually playing chess. We just think we are. We have an illusion that we are going to play chess, but God already knows the decisions that we're going to make. So we're not actually making decisions. We just have the illusion that we're making decisions.
Pretty much, that's life. That's everything around us.
Oh, well, I'm glad we agreed that we don't
Then we
actually
don't have
have
free
free
will.
will then. Thank you.
But the thing is, if we didn't have free will, why could we do
don't.
things that...
You just agreed we don't. It's just an illusion.
Even though I disagree with you, and I probably do sound wrong and stupid for a lot of things I say, I still let you speak. You have cut me off quite a few times, even if I sound wrong, to prove a point. All I'm saying is, just because an example is used doesn't mean it's the actual way it's trying to be described. I'm saying free will. If you want to believe in nothing, you don't have to believe in anything. Just because we're talking, and so happen to be talking about God, doesn't mean that he controlled every situation in your life to lead up to said moment. It is all... We're in a game called life. What can we do to get through life? If we so happen to talk to somebody that disagrees with us, can we talk? Can we communicate? Can we come to an understanding, an agreement, a disagreement, whatever? Doesn't really matter.
Well, lucky for my position with this, not so much yours, Paul actually writes about this in Romans, right? So in Romans 9, God says, "Some will say to me then, why does he still find fault? Who can resist his will?" Because people are bringing this up. This is the question that people are asking. They're asking these very questions like, wait, how do we actually have free will if God is all-knowing? It seems that God has put us on this path. And Paul agrees. Paul says, "But who indeed are you, a human, to argue with God? Will what is molded say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out for the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? And what if he has done so in order to make known the riches of his glory for the objects of mercy, which he has prepared beforehand for glory, including us whom he has called, not from the Jews only, but also from the Gentiles, as he said in Hosea, those who were not my people I will call my people, and her who was not beloved I will call beloved." So what he's saying here is free will doesn't exist. Some of us have been created for the sole purpose of being destroyed, right? So those of us that die atheists were made by God, because God knows the decisions that we're going to make, because he's all-knowing, made us for the purpose of being wrath, so that those that he has chosen for glory will look at us and go, look at that. Thank goodness we worshiped God, because we're not them. Praise God. It's all for his glory.
I was trying to get along with you in Romans. You said Romans 9:19?
It is going to be a Romans 9:19. And this isn't the only verse. There's quite a few verses. And these are actually like the Calvinist verses. These are why Calvinists believe that like people are like predestined for destruction because God states so.
All right, so you say they resist his will. Isn't it the will of your parents to also want the best for you, not to do something self-destructive, and wanting a very easy and peaceful life for you? What if that was his will?
Hold on. The difference between using humans whenever we're making analogies to God is that last I knew, my parents did not maintain a single omni property. My parents have made some pretty horrible decisions. They've made some awesome decisions, but they don't maintain the omni properties, right? So anytime we try to make comparisons of humans to God, trying to make like a parent-child relationship, just not analogous. Parents don't have the omni-properties. God has the omni-properties. So my parents can try to make things easier for me, but they don't know the choices that I am going to make. But if they did know the choices that I was going to make, it'd be easier for them to guide me, right? Likewise, God being all-knowing knows the choices that I'm going to make, so God should know what it's going to take for me to accept him, to acknowledge him. But he doesn't. He just ignores us, right? And in fact, in this verse, it quite literally states that he has created some of us for the purpose of destruction. This
All
isn't
right,
saying
so-
they choose destruction, they were created for destruction.
All right, so you say that your mom and dad, or our moms and dads, have nothing to do with God. It's very hard to bring them into comparison. But now, what if I was to tell you that if you honor your mom and your dad, that's in the flesh. But now, what about in the spirit? Because a lot of what he says about honoring thy mother and thy father, or going against his
What
will,
does this
is about
have
the
to do with
spirit.
God's all-knowingness and God, the world being predestined, and we
The
can't
filibuster
choose
is
otherwise?
crazy.
Because
Like
human
that was a
nature is
wild
that of
pivot.
sin.
Real
Because
quick,
human
real
nature
quick.
Everyone-
Yeah, real quick. This is going to be for both YouTube and TikTok. Can you just state out your insurance number? I just need you to pull out your card, read your insurance number, because both YouTube and TikTok are going to need to see a good chiropractor after that wild pivot you did.
I see Ian is rubbing off on you.
Can I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Just quit pivoting. Stick on topic. Lock in.
So we're still on God not being able to be in comparison to mom and dad, right?
No, we're on God being all-knowing and our ability to not choose other than what God has already seen.
Yes, this is still mom and dad territory.
Sure.
What the fuck?
Your mom and dad have had experiences, correct? Good and bad, correct? They know what's right and wrong, correct?
No, they don't.
So they don't know that killing somebody unjustified is wrong, right? So they don't know stealing from a bank is wrong and very, very severely punished, right? They don't know that a very bad sexual act is wrong, right? They don't know that CP.
Well,
is
your
wrong,
God
right?
is chill with horrible sexual assault acts. Your God's chill with it. In fact, your God commands that a woman that is a virgin, specifically, that is raped, is required to marry the person who sexually assaulted her.
Yep.
Have you not read Deuteronomy
Sure
22?
is.
No, I've just gone through. I've reread the gospel quite a few times, but not.
In
haven't
fact,
gone through
in
Deuteronomy.
Mark 7, Jesus, we have a case in Mark 7 where the Pharisees are washing their hands, which is not found in Torah. And by time we get to antiquity, the Pharisees had started to recognize that some of the punishments as laid out in the Torah are pretty horrible. We probably shouldn't be throwing rocks at people or throwing them off cliffs or unaliving people. That the virginity test is probably not an accurate way to tell if somebody's a virgin or not. So they start instituting their own traditions. And one of these is washing your hands before you eat. And they notice that Jesus and his disciples are not washing their hands. And so they go to talk to Jesus and say, hey, why aren't your disciples washing their hands? And Jesus quite literally calls them hypocrites and says, the law of Moses said when a child curses mother or father, that child should be unalived. And when you follow the traditions of man, you're nullifying the word of God. So Jesus perfectly is okay with the old law. And part of that old law is forcing a virgin who was sexually assaulted, to marry the man who sexually assaulted her. Now, my parents would never do that. If my dad ever found out that one of my sisters was sexually assaulted, I'd be showing up to parole hearings right now. And
that part, I'd be locked away for a very, very long time with a smile in my mugshot.
And I'm going to butcher this name, and I apologize, but Sir Tolo Hokar, I'm sorry I butchered that. Thank you so much for the subscription. I greatly appreciate it. But like, these are laws that God commands, but this is still dodging the fact that Jesus lied about coming back in 40 years. Like, you're trying to dodge, like you're implementing the 5 Ds of dodge debate right now, and I like, you have more knots in you than challah bread does, and that's wild.
Well, thank you. You're helping me on what I need to learn more of and actually study more. I didn't come here really to debate. I just came here to discuss. Maybe a little bit of debate. But I'm not here to insult you or interrupt you or anything like that. That's just not what I believe in. I don't care. Even if you are wrong, even if things I don't agree with you, I won't point them out as insultingly as you have, but I will bring them up nicely. But
right, Preston?
It is what it is, and I can't go beyond that.
So can we talk about Jesus being a liar?
If your only basis is the after one generation, according to the Torah or Tanakh, I think that's how you pronounce it, then it is very hard to go based off that.
Oh, that's not the only time Jesus lies. Jesus quotes the Old Testament all the time and lies about who's saying what. As a matter of fact, we have an amazing story in the Bible in which in Mark chapter 2, and we'll get this brought up on screen. In Mark chapter 2, Jesus is quoting Samuel, and he says, "And he said to them, have you never read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and in need of food, and how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of the presence, which was not lawful for any but the priest eat." Now the issue with this is, turns out that wasn't Abiathar. Abiathar wasn't the priest in this story. It was Ahimelech. Ahimelech was the priest. Jesus doesn't even know what he's quoting. In 1 Samuel 21, David said to the priest Ahimelech, "The king has charged me with the matter and said to me, no one must know anything of the matter of which I send you and with which I have charged you. I have made an appointment with the young men for such a place." Wait, I got the hiccup suddenly. "I have made an appointment with the young men for such and such a place. Now, what have you at hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread, whatever is here." The priest answered David, "I have no ordinary bread, only holy bread provided." Right? So Jesus doesn't even know what he's quoting. Doesn't even know what he's saying.
What was the Samuel one?
Mm-hmm.
This is why you paid to read your Bible.
What was the chapter for Samuel? if you don't mind my asking.
It is 1 Samuel chapter 21, verses 2 through 5.
Hmm. 21 through 5.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's chapter 21, 2 through 5. And while I'm waiting for that, Absurdus, Igtheus, thank you so much for the $2. Insomnia tonight. Thanks for something to watch. Not a problem. Not a problem. I try to be live later at night. I know most people are live during the day. I'd like to go live during this time, and then normally after I'm done, people can go and raid Thinker. It'll be Thinker on TikTok. It is Arch Thinker on YouTube. People are able to go raid her. So I think for the most part we have a good collection of lives throughout the day, and I think the time that I go live is a good intermediate time when there's not many people that are live. So thank you for tuning in, though. I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, so we have here where Jesus just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's lying. He's lying about who was the high priest.
All right, I'm not running. I got to get up early for work, so I thank you for the discussion and the topic and things I need to look more into, regardless of whatever was said or done. This is all in good faith by me, and hopefully you too, regardless of the insults. But I appreciate the time you took out of your night to have a discussion with me. I appreciate it.
Yep. I'd say I need to wake up in the morning too. I'd say the same thing.
Folded like a lawn chair, scrambled like an omelet.
Oh man. God.
He's not gonna read it.
Look, hold on.
You know he'll listen to you anyways, because you might not practice the religion anymore, but you're still his people.
Hold on. Rocky, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to talk to your dad, Doug, and see if Doug can talk to Yahweh and see if Yahweh can send better soldiers. Because his soldiers tonight have flopped. Like they got on the diving board. They thought they were going to do an amazing swan dive, and they didn't even start pointing their head down. They just flat belly flopped. So better soldiers for God. That's all I'm asking.
Painful.
All right. Hanji, are you able to bring up one of the guests from TikTok?
Yes. I'll go with one that's been active in chat. Ilgil, can we have your age for TikTok POS, please?
You said age? Oh, 36.
All right, then are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible, Christian, I guess same follower of Christ.
Okay, you'd be surprised. We believe that Jesus was a liar and a fraud, and now he's nothing but a carcass, if he even existed. Can you prove us wrong?
Prove you wrong? Through the witnesses, I can't prove anything. I mean, besides the evidence that's written, the Bible, the Word, all history.
Yeah, the Bible gets things. The Bible gets things wrong. The Bible lies. We just covered a few.
I'm talking all history. I talk about all your history of lies, even the devil's lies, all history. I mean, we're living in lies.
How is the history all proof that Jesus? How is all of history
Points
proof that Jesus existed? How?
Because he is. He is. I am. Because he is. You are. Does that make sense?
Well, that's a bunch of.
Like
that's a bunch of, as Eddie is
believing
saying.
That you exist. Believing that you.
Well, what Eddie's saying, that's a bunch of gibberish stew. I don't even know
what
you're saying.
Does that make sense?
No,
good luck
You need
it's
to
wrapping
pray
it
gibberish.
for
around
better Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you got some of that Holy Spirit Wi-Fi.
Alright, you
Let me run
exist,
you.
correct?
Do you know what a do you know what a do you know what a
alright,
syllogism is?
you exist.
Yeah, me existing has nothing to do with God. What's your argument that God proves?
It's
or
just
my
because
existence
his
proves
parents
God?
born.
Yeah, I exist because
Yeah.
on a night about 9 months before March
Oh, what a
in
night.
'86, my
Late
parents
December.
So
were alone. We're alone on a
we
cold,
would,
lonely night
watch
after they
guys.
were married, and they fucked, and now I'm here.
Yeah. And do you understand how it works? Do you understand how a baby is born? Do you understand when the
Yeah,
sun
yeah. So how does this
entered?
prove God,
Right?
though?
Do
How does
you
this prove
understand
God?
when it's created? How it's created? The first of my people.
Hold on. You've got some. Hold on. I can't hear you right now. Can you get to some better Wi-Fi or some better signal?
You should pray about better Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
It's
We
terrible.
can't hear you. You sound worse than a year 2000 Eminem CD or song trying to play on the radio.
Ooh. Skipping every couple of bumps.
God is, as I said,
Oh, what a night.
you are.
Look,
So
Late
you were
December back
speaking.
in '83.
yeah. Look, you were
It's
speaking.
so basic. I mean, like I said, we can go into biological science.
We can't even hear what you're saying. So I'm going to drop
No,
you. Come back
biological
up
science.
once you get some. Once you get some better Wi-Fi, come back up. I'll bring you back up, but we can't hear you. Even God was saying, this is some bullshit. God is so tired of hearing the you exist argument that he immediately starts to zap their Wi-Fi. He wants none of it. Alejandro, can you bring up the next guest, please?
Of course. I got that song stuck in my head now. Malaga. All right. TT. Can we have your age for TikTok TOS, please?
Yeah, I'm 18. Yeah. Just hit
When'd you
18.
graduate high
Oh,
school?
that part. Did you graduate?
I just graduated 24, man.
You're going. Thought so.
Womp, womp, womp. Look, the rule is to come up on the live, your placenta needs to have been delivered and preferably severed. Well, it must have been severed. It needed to be severed. And hey, real
Ooh.
quick, Crystal, if you're in here, Crystal, can you leave a comment? Everybody, make sure you give Crystal a follow. Crystal is a dear friend of mine, and I want to support her the best I can. So give Crystal a follow. If you are on YouTube, her YouTube handle is I am Crystal J. That's Jae. Go give her a follow as well. She hosts amazing lives. She supports each and every one of the creators of the Deconstruction Junction. Also, if you like this content, give me a follow, give me a subscription. If you're on YouTube, give me a membership. I'd greatly appreciate it. Also, check out my description on YouTube, my link tree on TikTok. I have a link to the Deconstruction Junction, and it would mean so much to all of us if you were to be in there and supporting us. We have a lot of creators in there. And in the words of Crystal, you guys have all these other subscriptions. You have Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, but you're here. Most of you are here. I'm looking at you, Dipster. I'm looking at you, Eddie. I'm looking at you, Hanji. I'm looking at you, Hanji. I'm looking at I'm looking at you, F. Dot. I'm just kidding. So many of you, Savage, I'm looking at you. So many of you are in our lives. Subscriptions are a great way to help us. Eddie's like eyeballs. So, anyways, guess, can we get your age?
Guess, can we get your age for TikTok TOS? By shoes.
36.
This Yahweh internet is the worst.
I think he got it better right as I was dropping him. Arizona Mike is there as well. So yeah, like, people just don't have the good Wi-Fi. They're coming up here and God is like, this guy is not going to do a good job, is not going to represent a good job. Try to bring him back up. Hopefully we can hear him this time.
Can we have your age for TikTok TOS, please?
Yeah, 36.
All right. Are you a believer of the Christian religion or the believer of God in the Bible?
Believer in Christ, follower of Christ.
Okay, we believe that Jesus was a liar and a fraud, and now he's nothing but a carcass if he even existed. Can you prove us wrong?
Yeah, by, like I said, by you existing, period. The fact we're having this conversation, the fact that we have life. Yeah, you have to have faith if you're going to believe in anything.
Yeah, so what's your argument? Hold on. What's your argument that us existing is proof God exists? What's your argument for that?
Because the science behind birth is literally God.
Why is that? Why is the science behind birth literally God? What's your argument for that?
Well, if you break down, like I said, my research of biological science, the beginning of life, no explanation besides the same beginning of life for everything.
We know how life began. We know how life began. It's through abiogenesis. We documented this. We performed this.
We don't know
this
how.
This means
life.
God is a one.
Yep. What's your definition
when
of life?
When one atom hits another, you don't know what reaction and what occurs.
That's not what abiogenesis is. That's not what abiogenesis is.
You know
what's your
what
definition
created
of
life?
life? Well, what's your definition
you know what created?
Of life?
Light. Not life. Light. Do you know what created light?
Oh, what created light?
Light.
So you didn't say life, you said light.
If you can hear me, I'm asking you now, do you know what created light? And then you'll understand what created. If you understand what created light, you'll understand what created you. And you'll understand where life came from, and then you'll understand that.
Well, so it seems that light in the universe comes from stars, which are born from dense regions within massive clouds of gas and dust.
Stars can't exist without light, so they can't already be existing without the
stars create light. Stars create light.
Stars create light.
You do know we see stars form,
so
right? Like we know how they
can't
form.
come up with that. So this is what I'm saying. We're talking about God here, so you can't say.
Well, you're talking about
stars
God.
create
I'm
light.
not talking about God.
I'm talking. So what you're talking? You just said create. Create.
Yes,
Who creates?
Stars create light.
Who creates? What creates?
The universe. Well, the universe has always existed.
What can possibly on this planet ever create anything ever?
My parents created me. Again, we talked about this.
And who created your parents? Do you understand? Who created your parents?
So when we go far back, we go back to abiogenesis, which we've done
to the very first person you'd want to say, okay, so we're talking God here, which is on a way bigger level. We're talking.
Well, you're talking God, but but you still haven't proven that God created anything. All you said is look at the sun. You said look at the stars, and I said we know how stars form.
The conversation started off with believing in Jesus, so that's like believing in you. Of course, I believe in Jesus. If I can believe in a star and believe what created a star, I can believe in cheeses and what created
Cheez-Its. I'm
cheeses.
hungry now.
Hold on.
Because that's
Why do we
just
need?
history.
Hold on. So again, you're just dodging the question. These Christians tonight with the 5 Ds of Dodge debate.
Dip
So
dodge,
the question.
dip dodge.
So the question for you is: we know how stars are created, right? We've witnessed stars create, right? So the question is, why does God need to be in there when we know how they are formed?
Because you're saying that stars create light.
Stars
you are mistaken.
Create. Well, what are stars made of?
Yeah, stars absolutely do create light, but the light does not come from stars.
It does come from stars.
If you think all light, if you think
What do you think the sun is?
If you think you can put yourself in a black box.
What do you think the sun is?
The sun is. You tell me what the sun is.
The sun is a star.
It's a star.
They're all stars. They're all stars.
Yeah. And what does the sun protrude? What does the sun protrude?
Light.
Oh.
And without that, you would not exist.
Wait, say that again?
And without that, you would not exist.
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
without
right.
the sun, not without the God.
Without the sun, we would not exist. You were right.
So is that what you worship?
No.
Praise Amun-Ra.
You worship nothing but you worship yourself, correct?
No, I don't worship anything.
I just finished saying praise Amun-Ra.
No, I mean, but you yourself personally, right, don't worship anything, right? You're an atheist, right? You don't believe in anything, right?
Host is.
So you came from nothing.
No, I
we
never
don't
said
believe
I came
that
from
either.
nothing.
What do you mean? You have to have a start.
No, the universe has just always existed.
Time, space, and matter. Always existed.
There's literally a timeline on the planet. Like what? And space. There's a timeline on it.
There was a beginning.
No, there's not.
There is an end.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
We got a 2-for-1 special.
By the sun, when it burns out, yes, there is.
No. So when we talk about like the beginning of this literation of the universe, we're just talking about like with the Big Bang. But scientists don't believe that the Big Bang is like the start of the universe. Something existed before the Big Bang.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Big Bang. I don't believe in the Big Bang at all.
There's
no. I mean, I understand
there was no light.
I understand their analogy of that, but I mean, God made it very clear in Genesis what occurred.
Yeah,
if you believe
and the book's wrong.
Yeah, so if you don't believe it, then you can't believe anything. You can't believe you can't believe anything.
That's not true.
Yeah,
I mean,
what's
you
your
can
argument
believe
for
things
that?
if you want to, but to know if it's true or not, you would have
Sure,
to.
I can. What's your argument for that?
Your source. What's your source?
I
Where'd you get your information?
I take truth.
I do like
to
I got my
be
information
what-
from God. It's
God
like
Maybe if you
lies.
be quiet and let him answer, you'll be able to hear his answer. I don't know, just a speculation. All right then.
I'd love to hear your
God
answer.
lies. God lies.
Yeah, God never lied.
He does.
Oh, he did.
Why?
And he even tells you.
So tell me, why was Eve created?
For Adam.
What if I told you Eve was a backup plan?
It sure was.
No, Eve was taken from his rib to be made for Adam because nobody was suitable and nothing was suitable for him.
Wait, and what was? Yeah. So Eve was a backup plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, Eve. How do you consider Eve women? That's so disrespectful. Oh, women.
Oh yeah,
are a
we'll
backup
read
plan.
it.
Like no.
Oh, yeah, we'll read
no,
it.
Women,
We could read it.
So
have you
so,
not read?
Yes, of course I've read. So how do you
Genesis 2?
So why do you feel like Eve is a back? Once again, Eve doesn't exist, right?
Huh?
Remember?
No. We're going against your worldview.
This is an interpretation of your worldview.
Eve doesn't exist. In my world, absolutely Eve exists. Hence, all women on the all people on the planet exist.
Okay,
because
I
of
need
Adam
you
and
to
and
really
Eve.
open your ears and listen. We're doing an eternal critique on your worldview. Therefore, when it comes to your
Okay.
belief,
Okay.
we can actually show you in scripture that you're supposed to be reading, no less, where God
Absolutely every
lied and
day.
how women are equal to nothing when it comes to men.
So we'll bring up here. This is
Because you
Genesis
came from
2.
me.
Hold on. Listen.
Because
We're
you
going to go
came
to
from me.
Genesis 2.
Oh,
Hold on.
no,
We're going to
darling,
go
that's
to
your
Just like
worldview, not
men came
mine.
from God. We're nothing.
listen. We're going to
Compared.
go to Genesis 2. Genesis 2 says, right? So we have where man gets created up here. Then we'll have God, the Lord God, took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and to keep it. So man's job was just to till and keep the garden. And the Lord commanded the man, you may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day you eat of it you shall die. So woman has not been created
Amen.
yet.
What an easy life.
Adam is by
Amen.
himself. Oh, well, listen. Adam is by himself. Look, I need you to lock in. Like, focus, lock in.
He can't.
Adam at this point is by himself, right? Then it says, then the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So what did God initially create to try to find a partner for Adam? What did God try
Animals.
to do? No, not you, Haji. It's him.
No, yeah, he created everything that you see.
Yeah, he created the
All the
animals,
birds,
right?
all
So
the
he didn't
animals,
create
all
woman
of the
first.
sea.
He didn't
He
create
created
woman first.
exactly. You are right.
He created the animals first.
Yes, he created
right?
everything first, and he seen in Adam's heart that not one was suitable, so then he created women.
Yeah,
so that
because he
means
was
woman
fucking the
was an
animals.
afterthought. Woman was the afterthought.
But yeah, that's not an afterthought. He knew his heart, and it's not an afterthought.
Just because
So
it
why
was
didn't he
second
create-
does not make it an afterthought, first of all.
So
Yeah,
why
I mean-
didn't he
Ooh,
create
we need to preach Paul to that one.
Yeah. So why didn't he create woman first then? Why does the scripture say, and we'll go read it. So out of the ground the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them, and whatever the man called every creature, that was a name. The man gave names to all the cattle, the birds, the animals of the field, but for the man there was not found a helper as his partner. So God is presenting these animals to find a suitable partner. And it states that after all the animals were created, out of all of them, still not a helper was found.
Yeah.
So the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the piece with its flesh. Right? So God created woman as an afterthought. He was hoping that Adam would find a partner with the animals. And when Adam did not find an animal...
He wasn't hoping that at all. But he's seen in Adam's heart...
well, that's what it says.
He's seen in Adam's heart that he needed a helper, but really God should have been his helper. God should have been his everything. But because he wasn't satisfied with that, God provided him with a woman.
Wait, what wasn't he satisfied with?
God.
No, that's not what the scripture says. We'll read the words again.
I'm telling you, in his heart, he knew in his heart. It's like he says it, but if you don't understand,
God doesn't have a heart. God doesn't have a heart.
What an elitios.
And it says the man. Sorry. So there was not, but for the man there was not a helper found. And what was the purpose of God providing these animals? I will make him a helper as his partner. So God is making these animals in hopes to find a helper for Adam. And God cannot find a helper for Adam in these animals. So as a last resort, God creates woman. Literally as the result word. What?
Amen. Yeah, if you can consider it the last result if you want to, but that's like saying Revelations is the last result. This is the conversation right here, and who knows what might happen tonight when you close your eyes, but it might be the last result. You don't know.
No, it's not result, last resort.
This is your last resort. Do you understand? It's the same thing. Your last resort
What
is
does
faith
resort
or
mean?
no
What does
faith.
resort mean? What does last resort mean?
Resort to depend on something?
Oh shit.
No. Last resort means it was his last attempt, meaning that he failed all the other times.
If you think God failed or had a last attempt, God never would have a last attempt.
Literally bugs were chosen to be partners for Adam before a woman was.
Helpers. Everything. Yeah, everything was an option. And just like on this earth, everything will be an option
And woman
to
was
fulfill
the
your
last
love
selection.
and what you need, but you
Sure
won't find
was.
it. Not even in a woman. If it's not in God.
Wait,
it's a lonely world.
Without the woman, you wouldn't be able to procreate.
Same thing now. Like same thing now. Let's say you're here now in this world, in the garden, looking for a helper. There's not going to be not one found. Not one.
Is God all knowing?
Yes.
Why did God, if he's all knowing, and the whole purpose of him creating the animals is to find a partner for Adam, why didn't he just create woman first?
You can't really question God's ways.
Yeah, you
Nobody
can.
understands God's ways.
You're about
you
to
can
put yourself
question
into
what
that.
he does, but his ways, his ways are godly or heavenly for you to try to understand them on earth.
You're gonna put yourself into that.
God made it very clear. He said that. He's like, if you can't understand me on earth with this heavenly Bible and with the witnesses that have told you what
it's not a heavenly Bible. It tells
you
lies.
Can't. All right, these are people from history that have seen what they've seen. Witnesses, eyewitnesses.
Yeah, name one of the 500 that saw. Name one of the 500 that saw Jesus resurrected.
Who saw Jesus? What do you mean, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John?
They're not one of the 500. It mentions Jesus says, "My apostles saw my resurrection. My mother saw my reresurrection." And then he says, "Hold on."
When he resurrected, you realize he was walking 30 days.
Listen,
right?
I need you to hold on. I need you to listen with your listening ears and shut your yapping mouth. So so Paul says the people that saw Jesus were his disciples, his family, and then Paul says, and 500 others. Can you name one of those 500 others that Paul says he heard had seen Jesus? Can you name one?
Jesus walked the earth for about 40 days after he resurrected.
Yeah, can you name anybody that saw him? Name one of the witnesses.
Like every single history you've ever seen that ever states Jesus.
Yeah, name one of them. Name one person.
It wouldn't be a person. It would be an entire tribe of people.
We have no writings of anybody that saw. We have no writings of anybody.
You have no writings
that
of
said
Jesus.
They saw him resurrected.
So, sir, you have no writings of Almighty God. None.
We have no
writings
Almighty
of a
God
flood.
doesn't exist.
No writing of an ark.
Almighty God doesn't exist.
No writing of a covenant. Yes, it all exists. It's all very real. No temple. It's very real. Religion doesn't just come out the blue.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question to express the stupidity of the comment that went through your brain housing group, processed through it, and came out your mouth. You said religions don't just pop out of nowhere. Do you believe Islam's true?
Islam, which would be based off
Islam's true.
True?
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah, do you believe it's true? But it popped out of nowhere.
And billions of people believe it.
What about Buddhism? Do you think Buddhism's true?
No.
It popped out of nowhere. What
billions of people believed it.
Yeah. What?
No, I don't believe in anything but Jesus. Period.
Oh,
Period.
No. I'm countering your claim. That religions don't just pop out of anywhere, because you said
absolutely not. No, the kingdom of heaven Oh no, it does not just pop up out of nowhere. Trust me.
No. That's
You're gonna
not what you
literally
said.
watch
No.
it.
You
You're gonna
said.
see.
You
The
said.
backtracking.
Yeah, you said the religion must be true because religions don't just pop out of nowhere. So we named a few
I
religions.
said the religions must be no. Jesus is
So they're
nothing to do with
true.
religion.
I'm glad you agree they're true.
Jesus hates religion.
No shit, guys. We have to start practicing
Hates
Islam. Apparently, Allah's true according to
Jesus
this guest standard. This
hates the
crazy.
religious leaders. Hates thinking
Okay.
that they know. No,
I don't want to listen to your preaching. I really need you to open that brain if you even fucking have one. I don't think Yahweh blessed you with one. But
he's not even tracking.
He's not. The point of the matter is you literally said that religions don't come out of nowhere. Guess what, Pumpkin? They do. They did. So by that standpoint, you basically just pew-pewed your own foot. Because at the end of the day, you can go ahead and claim that your Jesus is true. He never existed. But guess what? The Islams can say the same thing about their faith. The Buddhists can say the same thing
there's
about
nothing
theirs.
wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
So you cannot sit there and say that yours is true when clearly there are other religions and some of them practically ancient compared to yours. Because in reality, Christianity and Islamic belief systems are a baby compared to other religions, including Buddhism.
God said he was the only way.
Well, that's what the book says, but you haven't established that it's true. Let me give you.
But if he's God and if that's Jesus and he said that's the only way, then through all my wisdom, that's what. Then through all history, trust me. And if I think that's just
you should worship Baal as well because he came from a Canaanite.
I should worship.
No.
Are you kidding?
You should worship Ra. Worship Ra.
Absolutely. If it wasn't
that's
for Ra,
Jesus. That's Jesus.
It's not Jesus. You colonizing mindset, Malakia.
So hold on. Let me ask
is
you,
of the Egyptian faith. Let's get that clear. Do not compare him to Jesus.
So let me ask you a question. What if I can give you an argument that you're not going to be able to refute that shows that God doesn't exist?
The sheer disrespect on Amun-Ra by Jesus.
Yeah, it's just like you telling me, prove to me that God exists. It goes back to the square one.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give. Do you know what a syllogism is?
Yeah, it really comes down to law too as well.
Hold on. I need her to do me a favor. Do you have your Bible with you?
Me or her?
Yeah, can you have her open up her Bible real quick? Because you guys believe in following the words of the New Testament, correct?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you open up to 1 Corinthians chapter 14,
Lord.
verse 34?
My Savior.
Mm-hmm. So can you have her read that real quick?
Can you repeat it? Because I don't think he was listening. 1 Corinthians, what was it, Cyber?
Chapter 14, verse 34.
Love. Chapter of love.
Chapter 14?
That's my favorite chapter.
Verse 4.
34.
Oh, I didn't hear the 3 part. And go ahead and read it for the class.
You want to read?
Yeah, go ahead
Please?
and read it, please.
Can you read it, please?
Yeah, women should be silent in church, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says.
Okay,
so
do you understand the church?
Be quiet.
Do you understand what the church is?
Yes, and it's ecclesia. And ecclesia means a gathering. Guess what? We have 132 people in this life. This is a gathering currently. The church doesn't have to be an actual physical place. And ecclesia meant literally in the Greek, if you actually read it.
The
Greek
church
here.
is the gathering of any.
No. See, this is where I'm about to school you because guess what? New Testament comes from my language. Ecclesia means a group of people. It does not mean an actual physical church or a setting. Your congregation is your church. Doesn't need to be in a building.
And we have 135 people watching on TikTok. We have 67 people watching right now on YouTube. So this is a church gathering right now. So yeah, she shouldn't be permitted to speak in church. So if you could, you are holders of the New Testament. You trust the New Testament. You believe in it. So next time she tries to talk, just make sure, just hold that to her. Just point to it and just remind her that that's what that says.
And also, according to the New Testament, she's not even supposed to be talking to another man about the word. So there's that. Clearly, you do not follow your book.
Yep. So let me give you a syllogism, though. So do you know how syllogisms work?
Is it Haji?
Wait, what?
Am I saying that correct, Haji?
Well,
don't address.
But you need to answer his question first.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just letting you know that absolutely all respect. You are
Yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to address the conversation. So the topic is, I'm going to give you a syllogism. Do you know how syllogisms work? I don't think he does, chat.
Say again.
Do you know how syllogisms work? Do you know what a syllogism is?
Now you want to break that down? Your definition?
Yeah, not a problem. So I'm going to give you what's called I'm going to give you a conclusion. My conclusion is that time has always existed. And through time having always existed, right? Time and space are intertwined. We know that through relativity. And the universe that we see around us, the world that we live in, is what we would expect from a universe that has just always existed. So I'm going to give you a syllogism. That's my conclusion. The syllogism is my argument for that.
What about past, present, and future?
Well, we'll get there. Hold on, we'll get there.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you... Yeah, so listen. So I'm going to give you a syllogism. I'm going to give you my arguments, my premises that leads to that conclusion. Now, if there's a premise that you don't like, you can argue that premise. But if you agree with all three premises that I'm about to give you, you can't then argue with the conclusion. You can only argue with a premise. So that's how logic works. That's how inferences work. So P1 is going to be all creation entails a change of states of reality. Do you agree with that or no?
Absolutely.
Okay. A change of states of reality is the progression from one state to another state.
Yep, which is all perspective.
Wait, say that again?
Which is all from perspective.
Yeah, so because again, I'll ask the question. Hold on, I'll ask the question again.
Yeah, it's all from perspective of the state that they're in by what they're being seen by and how they're being observed from the perspective. So, like, if you're looking at it from one direction, that's what you see. But if you're looking at it from another direction, it's seen completely different.
So hold
because
on.
Of the perspective.
So
God has one
ask
perspective.
Again. Hold on. So I'll ask again. It just requires a yes or a no. So it is.
Yeah, I gave you a yes. Absolutely.
Hold on. Listen. So you agree then? Yes, it agrees, right?
Yeah, and I got to give you. I can't just say yes without an explanation. But yeah.
But you ultimately agree that all changes of states of reality is the progression from one state to where whatever's being created did not exist, and then it does exist, right? That's a progression of state of reality?
From perspective, absolutely, yes.
So, okay. And the progression of states is time.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so time has always created, thus, through Occam's razor, God is not needed, God is added baggage, and thus God's not needed through Occam's razor. Thus, the universe has just always existed. Thus, God cannot exist.
Meaning God has always existed.
No, because God is only necessary if God created time. This syllogism states that God did not create time because time has always existed.
Who says God didn't create time?
You did. You agreed to this. You agreed to the premises.
From perspective. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's no time for God. For you,
Oh,
there is.
God. No. Changes of states happen within a mind, right? So God can't create because creation of thoughts are
That's
a thing.
exactly what he does. He renews your mind, which that's the
No,
renewing of your mind
God
is
can't
how
create
God
because
works.
changes of states happen within the mind. So if God
Exactly.
is a mind, God can't, because in order for God to have a change of states within his mind, time had to already exist.
And you have to and if you renew your mind, if you change your mind.
Yep, that requires time.
Exactly.
No, you're not tracking. God can't do that because doing that requires time. Meaning
But he
that
does.
in order for God to do that, time had to already exist.
Also,
And it
that means
has.
God needs to have a brain, which he doesn't.
No, I don't go that route because I have to look at it through his worldview because I'm doing an internal critique.
Mm-hmm. Fair point. It's just illogical either way.
Mm-hmm. So God
because
can't
if he goes by
create.
that
for
viewpoint,
Jesus
then
not,
that
yeah,
means
for
that
God,
something made him.
For God not to exist is pretty illogical.
No, God
for
existing
a God...
is illogical. We just stated that God, in order for God to do anything, time needs to exist. Time has to pre-exist God.
So you're saying time does not exist, even though you've been on the life for how long now?
No, time does exist. No, time does exist. Time has always existed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then, but there's no God, just time and
correct.
The stuff
There's
that,
no God. Absolutely correct.
And the
now
stuff
you're getting
that,
it.
and the
now
stuff
you're
that
getting
time
it.
creates that's what you're on, and everything that time creates is time's fault.
Well, time, space. Well, yeah. So, hold on. Can you hold on real quick? She's talking again. Can you make sure she understands 1 Corinthians chapter 14 verse 34? Make sure she knows that. Maybe hand the Bible to her.
I only
and
have one
read it real
commandment.
quick.
Like when it comes to commandments and laws, there's only one that I follow. One.
Oh, what's that?
Love.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That was his greatest commandment. That was Jesus's last. That's the last thing he said. The greatest thing out of anything I could tell you.
The delusion.
That wasn't the greatest
fucking
commandment.
Delusion.
Love.
That wasn't what God's greatest
said,
commandment
love
was.
Me. Yeah, he said yes. Love God. And if you're gonna love God, you gotta love yourself.
You definitely don't.
You can't even love yourself if you don't love God. You couldn't possibly.
So, do you have an argument though? Because I don't want to go off on that tangent.
Yeah, our argument is your argument. Yeah, you said Jesus is a liar and a fraud, and I'm trying to explain you. He's not.
Yeah. He is.
He's not.
He is.
And he changed my life, and I'm evidence of that.
He didn't change your life. You did
and you
that
can
all
tell
by
people
yourself.
like, no, he didn't. But in the end, he's supposed to change yours if you hang around people like that long enough.
No, thank you. You guys are fucking psychotic.
Yeah, okay, then that's how you feel. I mean, there's nothing.
No, it's just based on fact. I can't tell you how many Christians have to deal with on a daily basis that would literally
I don't know nothing about those
their
guys.
children.
I know me, and I know I can sit here and say.
Okay, I'm gonna put you guys as a whole because a lot of you preach the same thing. It's all about love. It's all about this. It's all about that. But the moment someone asks you,
Hanji, I'm not going down that tangent. That's a tangent I don't want to go down.
Okay. They are not loving people.
That's a side tangent we don't need to go on.
Love. I love you guys.
Here's a
hold on.
You don't love me. You don't know me.
So, question I have for
You're
you.
here.
So, if we go read in John 3, if we read in
I don't give a fuck.
If we read in John 3, Jesus makes a claim. Very truly I tell you, we speak of what we know and testify to what we have seen. Yet you do not receive our testimony. If I had told you about earthly things you do not believe, how can you believe if I tell you about heavenly things? No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended
Cyber, you are
from
so
heaven.
blessed, dude.
What?
Can you shut up and listen?
Yeah, can you just listen? Because I'm pointing out a time when Jesus lied. This is where Jesus lied. And he says that no one has ascended into heaven. So why did Jesus lie here?
Because no one has ascended into heaven.
Oh. Can you go open up your book to 2 Kings chapter 2 verse 11?
Oh no, I could tell you of a bunch of stories of where people have ascended into heaven, but no one. Meaning, so read. This would require us to go previously back to understand who it is that's ascending and who he is talking about ascending. But no man has ever ascended into heaven ever, because
That's
they're
not
not a
what
man.
2 Kings says.
Once I know, but once you're in the presence of God, you are not a man no more.
Oh, it doesn't say they ascended into the presence of God. It says they ascended into heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we read 2 Kings chapter 2 verse 11, we have Elijah ascending into heaven.
Yes.
Yeah. So Jesus lied.
No, Elijah is no man.
He was a man.
Oh my God.
No, he was. He was a man.
And
not
then
when
he
he
ascended into heaven.
And he was no longer a man.
Yes, he was.
No, that's what you have to understand. I can't break that down for you.
What makes a man a man?
What makes a man? Blood and flesh and on this earth, with a soul, with Christ in you. When that Christ comes out of you, when you leave that body, you're no longer.
Oh, Elijah didn't die. Elijah didn't die.
He did not die. He did not. He was ascended as is, just as.
Yeah. So the spirit never left him. His flesh and blood stayed in his body. There's nothing in the scriptures that says that changed. You're just asserting that.
But he ascended.
Yeah, he went to heaven. Correct.
And no man, and no man can ascend to heaven. No man.
Oh, but Elijah did.
But it's exactly so when he ascended, he was no longer a man.
He was a man. Can you show me in the scripture where it says he wasn't a man?
No man can ascend to heaven.
Oh, but he was a man. That's what I'm saying. Jesus
lies. He was a man, just like you are a man. And before you ascend or before anything, whatever happens next, you will not be a man no more.
Oh.
Man, these people need straight jackets, I swear.
Imagine Elijah getting up there and God says, hey dude, you're not a man anymore. I apologize.
He's not. Then
Elijah. Then God just tells him to stop talking.
No, Court. You'd be the only man in heaven. You kidding me?
Wait, say that again.
He'd be the only man in heaven. I don't even know what you'd do there. You wouldn't even fit in. You'd be a little bug.
Well, hold on. All of the city of Enoch ascended to heaven.
A man cannot stand even close to the presence of God. It's not happening, dude.
Why can't they?
Oh, but I thought he wasn't a man.
I told you, he's not a man. When you ascend, you're no man.
Oh, okay. So then obviously he could stand in the presence of heaven then if he's not a man anymore.
Well, yeah, once you're ascended, you can do whatever the heck once you're ascended, you're like God.
Oh, I don't think Yahweh would like that. He wants to be the only one in power.
And he is.
So then you cannot be like God.
Exactly.
Which means heaven is irrelevant. It doesn't even matter.
Heaven is in your heart.
It's not.
That's a fucking shit.
The kingdom of heaven is in your heart. Jesus says this.
Well, the Jesus kingdom is a liar. We've already covered that Jesus is a liar.
Well, then if you think Jesus is a liar, then it's your thoughts that you're going to have to conquer.
So what about here? So we'll go where Jesus misquotes scripture.
People are so delusional.
So if we go to Matthew chapter 21, we're going to have where Jesus quotes from Psalms, but he misquotes it. Out of the mouths of infants and nursing babies, you have prepared praise for yourself. So that's what Jesus says. But what is actually said is, out of the mouths of babes and infants, you have found a bulwark because of your foes to silence the enemy and the avenger. It's not even close. Jesus completely misquotes it.
This is going from Psalms?
Yeah, Psalms chapter 8, verse 2.
Yeah, so these are the songs of Solomon, right? That's what these are.
Well, these are Psalms of David. Hey, tell her to go. Hey, tell her she needs to go read 1 Corinthians. Hold on. Tell the person with you to go read Corinthians. Hand her Corinthians real quick. So what I'm saying,
I'm like, yeah, we're not bringing on anything else. If you want something to read, you're doing great.
You have Google. You can pull it up right now. Like you do that, bro.
We just read it. Was she not here when we were
What
reading?
do I need to pull up?
Don't encourage any of that spirit, please. Them spirits and them tongues are so quick.
What we have here is where Jesus misquotes. Out of the mouths of infants and nursing babies, you have prepared praise for yourself. This is what Jesus says the psalm says. However, the psalm itself actually says, out of the mouths of babes and infants, you have founded a bulwark because of your foes to silence the enemy and the avenger. Jesus misquotes the psalm.
I don't understand. What's the point?
He misquotes the psalm. He lied when he was quoting the psalm.
Jesus cannot misquote. He cannot misquote. Again, you need to.
So did David? Wait. So when God was inspiring David to write it, did God lie when he was inspiring David to write it?
Never. God does not lie.
So Jesus is lying.
Jesus did not lie. Jesus did not quote. Jesus said what he said.
Yeah, which is quoting
Psalms said what,
8.
And the writer of Psalms wrote what the writer of Psalms said. Both are true.
No, he's quoting, he says, but when the chief priests and scribes saw the amazing things he did,
both are true.
The children crying out in the temple saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, they became
angry.
This
is where
and hold on, said to him, do you hear what these are saying? And then Jesus says, to imply that he's quoting the scripture, yes, have you never read? So Jesus is reading what the psalm says.
Yeah.
And he gets it wrong.
And
Jesus
this is King
quoting,
James? Huh? And it's King James, right?
You can look at any version; it's still going to get it wrong. We can go look at the King James.
Well, I mean, when you go to different versions, then you got copyright, and they got to do their changes, and words are mixed up because of it.
So, when he says it, out of the mouth of babes and sucklings, thou hast perfected praise. So that's what Jesus says in the KJV. I don't know why you use a bad translation. However,
so that's what matters.
In Psalms
that's the best
8,
translation, honestly.
It's not. It's a horrible translation.
They don't even use it in seminary.
That's a whole nother history lesson, but
And then in Psalms 8, it says, out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest steal the enemy, the avenger. So the part in question is, thou hast perfected praise, is what Jesus is saying it should say, but that's not found in the psalm.
Oh, to still the enemy and the avenger?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with hast thou perfected praise. They're completely different. Jesus lied. Jesus misquoted it.
Has thou perfected praise?
No, I need you to address Jesus lying.
No, he never lied though. One person made a very true statement and another made a very true statement. But where's the lie?
No. He's telling
what did he
the
lie
Pharisees.
About?
No, because he's telling the Pharisees,
from God's perspective.
Have you never read?
Yes, have you?
So he's hold on. Listen. So when he says, have you never read? That means he's quoting something, right? It doesn't make sense for him to ask the Pharisees, have you never read? And then quote something from his own perspective. That doesn't make sense. He's trying to misquote the Psalms, and he gets it wrong. And he does this quite a few times. This isn't the only time Jesus misquotes.
Yeah, he didn't misquote, though, because he made the quote. He made the writing. He is the word.
No, he's wrong. He's quoting. So did he get it wrong? Did he get it wrong when he inspired David to write it? Only one of them can have it right.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not wrong. Like the fact that you think that either of those are incorrect or missaid or misquoted is incorrect.
Give me your argument for that.
There's no argument. I'm telling you, it's correct.
No, it's wrong. It's wrong because Jesus is quoting a Psalm of David.
But in your eyes, I could just be like, you just think the whole Bible is wrong. Time is wrong. Jesus is wrong. But no, that is 100% right and correct as is.
No. I'm not. I don't believe that David actually wrote these things. But what I'm saying is that as written, Jesus is quoting a set of books. The Septuagint existed, and Jesus is trying to quote the Septuagint, and he quotes it wrong. He misquotes it.
Well, he said in the beginning, have you read? So that was a question. Have you read that?
And then he's
saying, no, I haven't read that.
No. That's not what he says. What he's saying is, have you never read? It's like me going, wait a minute.
So he's saying, have you never read that? Because you've never read that, right?
No, you really need to listen.
You're saying, have you never read it?
We'll ask him one other one. We'll ask him one other one because I don't think he's understanding this.
The cognitive dissonance is super strong with this one.
So we'll read him one more. Hold on. So we'll read you one more. So
read me something that's gonna affect you. Something that affects her. She's like, super angry.
So in Mark,
I'm not even angry. I don't have time for idiocracy and gish
it's not. If I say I love you, why am I an idiot for that?
So,
I can't believe
you do not know me. That is creepy fucking behavior.
That's not. That's like saying so. People are being bombed in one country. I can't have love for.
All right. So we're gonna move on. Yeah. So we're gonna move on here. So in Mark chapter 2, it states, and he said to them, so this is Jesus, have you never read what David did when he and his companions
maybe then she'll shut the fuck up.
Were hungry and in the need of food, how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest. So in Mark, during this event, Jesus is saying that Abiathar was the high priest when David got the food, got the bread, the holy bread. However, that's not true. In Samuel, we learned that Ahimelech was the high priest when he got the holy bread. So why did Jesus get the name wrong?
Then it goes to priestly names as well. You know how Jesus changes names? He gives you your own name.
Oh, we know who Abiathar is. Abiathar is the priest after Ahimelech was executed. But Abiathar was not the priest at the same time as Ahimelech.
And that's what your history says, right?
Huh? That's what the Bible says.
So do you believe it?
Samuel teaches. Huh?
So do you believe it?
What I'm saying is that this is what the Bible says. So it's not a name change of Ahimelech didn't get a name change to Abiathar. Ahimelech was Ahimelech, and then when Ahimelech was killed, Abiathar became the high priest.
You know there's only one? You know that you know these people? You met them?
Yes, there's only one high priest. Yes, there's only one high priest at a time. There's never more than one. There's only ever one high priest. That's found in Torah.
And so in the second verse, who's named, you're saying could be incorrect? Is incorrect?
No.
You're saying...
No, Ahimelech was the high priest according to the Old Testament, and then Ahimelech gets executed, and then Abiathar later on in the Old Testament becomes the high priest. He becomes the high priest later. Now, David, when this story happens, the prophet writes that it was Ahimelech who was the high priest. But when Jesus is quoting the story, he quotes that Abiathar was the high priest.
So I'm going to have to tell you that, Amalek was the high priest, regardless of what, he was the high priest.
Wait, who was?
Ahimelech.
Yeah, Ahimelech was, but Jesus says Abiathar was. So who was?
Oh, well, then I lied. Then Abiathar was. and then period.
So when Samuel is writing at the inspiration of God, Samuel gets it wrong?
Yeah, and was one after the other too as well, right? Meaning verse wise, not priesthood. One verse was before the other. Like Jesus's verse was after Samuel's, right?
Like time wise?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it's true.
Hundreds of years after Samuel.
No, I'm talking about the verse. The verse of Jesus' statement was after Samuel's statement. So meaning Jesus' statement overrided Samuel.
No, what I'm saying is, he is saying, have you never read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and in need of food? How he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest. He's quoting a historical event that happened, right? However, in Samuel, when the historical event is taking place, it was Ahimelech was the high priest during the actual historical event.
Yeah, that means that Ahimelech wasn't, and that's what I'm saying. He was, but he wasn't. Yeah, that's like saying that's like saying that the Federal Reserve is the capital, or the who makes our money. Like who controls our currency. It's just not true.
That doesn't follow.
What you know.
So Samuel lied. So Samuel's lying.
No, he's saying the truth. God's saying the truth. But
only one of them was the high priest. Hold on, only one of them was the high priest when David did this. It only happened once.
Yeah, which was Abiathar. Yeah.
Abiathar. So Samuel's lying.
No, he's not lying.
Well, only one of them. This is a clear
nobody's
contradiction.
lying. That's what I'm saying. It's not. No, you can have like, I understand, like you're saying, oh, this is how it should be. There's only one in hand, but no, obviously both those things were going on.
Hold on.
He gave you two different perspectives.
Did Obama serve as president at the same time as Donald Trump?
Yes.
How did they serve as president at the same time?
Because one never left office.
Oh, officially. Abiathar became the prophet after Ahimelech was executed. Ahimelech was executed. He was dead. Ahimelech is dead when Abiathar became the high priest.
Yeah, so it really makes perfect sense, honestly, to me. Because Samuel is the past and Jesus is the future, and it's actually present in the same time.
So Samuel's lying.
No, Samuel is talking about what he knows, and Jesus knows what he knows, and they're both true.
No, because only one of them can be true.
That's not true.
Historically, only one of them could have been the high priest. How could they both have been? Yeah, how could they both have been the high priest?
Just like you said, how can Obama and Trump both be president? But it's true.
No, officially president.
Officially, yes.
Not holding the title.
Trump is officially president, and Obama was running and so was Biden official. But they're not official.
I didn't say anything about Biden. I said Obama.
I'm saying Biden and Obama are both out of legislation when it comes to presidency, and Trump has been in office.
What does Biden have to do with this?
Because I'm using it as an example. President Trump has been president for a very long time.
No, I'm talking about who was serving officially as president.
So, as an example, officially, Trump has been president for the past how many years?
Yeah,
if anybody knows.
Hold on, that's not what I asked. The question that you were asked is.
But do you understand?
Hold on. No,
you understand?
You don't understand because you're stupid. So the question is, dummy, is who served officially as president? Did Obama and Trump serve officially together as president?
No.
Okay. So that's essentially what this is saying. Ahimelech and Abiathar could not have served in the high priesthood together.
But do you understand now how they did?
No, because
He's
Ahimelech
dead.
was executed. So he's no longer in the high priest. He's no longer a high priest. When Abiathar was not the high priest while Ahimelech was alive. Abiathar became the high priest only after Ahimelech was executed.
That's what you think, but I mean it's very clear.
That's what the scriptures say.
Yeah. So I mean I don't understand the argument. That's exactly what happened.
Okay. So
it's not a contradiction at all.
It is. When this event happened, only one of them could have been the high priest.
So just like I said with your example with the presidency, so I'll ask the question to you back. Can Obama and Trump officially serve their presidency at the same time?
No. There's only one president of the United States. There's not two.
All right, so tell me why. Tell me why.
The government.
Yeah, no, stop. So then tell me why. Tell me why. I mean, tell me why then.
Because the Constitution only provides for one president.
But
believe in that?
The law states there can only be one president.
But yet we had 2 terms of presidents unofficially.
Yeah, we're talking about in the official capacity, my dude. We're talking about the official capacity. Obama is no longer president. Obama is no longer president.
He never was. Officially.
Obama?
Yes, never was officially.
Oh yeah, this guy is a fucking
the president.
All right, so I guess these are more rabbit holes you're gonna have to hop down or whatever. But no, man, Trump never left office.
When do you think Obama? Hold on, Obama served before Trump.
Exactly.
It's time to move on.
Hold on. What years do you think Obama served as president?
Needs to be in a fucking padded room.
All right, well, I guess I'll give you guys a good night.
No, what years did Obama serve as president?
I'd love to talk with you guys and stuff, but I mean,
what
he did not know. He did not know when
I
Obama.
hope he never procreates. What kind of shit was that? Those are the people that you sent to mental institutions. Him and his corgi.
Hello.
Hi, Zeus. Hey, Javon, can we have... Fuck. I'm sorry, it's not you. It's... Oh, my God.
No, I
okay.
Did Algo not come up?
Oh,
I thought Algo was coming up.
Give me like 5 seconds. Okay. Javon, can we have your age for TikTok TOS, please?
I am 20 years old. I am 20 years old.
Okay. And are you a Christian or a believer of the God in the Bible?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. We believe Jesus was a liar and a fraud. Now he's nothing but a carcass, if he even existed. Can you prove us wrong?
Well, you have to show me where he lied.
Oh, yeah. I'll just bring this one up. Yeah, I'll just bring this one up because I have it. We were just talking about with the last guest. So in Mark chapter 2, he's talking, he says, this is Jesus. He said to them, have you never read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and in need of food, how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was the high priest and ate the bread of presence, which is not lawful, but for any priest to eat, and he gave some to his companions. Now, when we read in Samuel, when this event is actually happening, David said to the priest Ahimelech. So Ahimelech was the priest during this event. And we'll read that down here. Ordinary bread at the hand, only holy bread, provided the young man. Says only the high priest can eat them. So, which one of these was the priest?
Why can it be either or? Wasn't Abiathar, I may be misspoken, one of them was the father of the other?
Yeah, Ahimelech was Abiathar's father, but only one of them can be the high priest.
In Jewish culture, when, like for example, a king, when when a king would die, the son would become the next king. Just like when a high priest would die, the son would become the next high priest. So he may have been more speaking to the fact of the son, because his son was about to become, or he was in training to become the high priest.
Well, hold on. How he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate of the bread of presence. So he's giving the event that happened. So he's mentioning a specific event that is happening that did not happen when Abiathar was the was the priest. Ahimelech was the priest when this happened, not Abiathar. Abiathar was not a priest yet.
But since Abiathar was the son of Ahimelech, he was the priest in training.
No, so that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
No, it actually is how it works. Eli's son served high priest duties. No. I don't think you understand this. Eli's sons served high priest duties while they weren't even the high priest. It's just Levite culture. That's just how they done it. Because since when the father, let's just say the father dies unexpectedly, how they're supposed to know how to serve? They wouldn't know how to serve. That's why they were training.
And no, Eli's sons did not serve as high priest while he was alive.
They served high priest duties. Did you? No. I said they served high priest duties.
Yeah, give me that scripture where they did high priest duties.
Okay, let me pull it up.
Do you know what the high priest duties were specifically? Because they were the priests.
It was a variety. It was the high priest. They went to the holiest of holies. I think they're the only people to go in the holiest of holies.
Any priest could go into the holy of holies. Any priest could go into the holy of holies.
Okay, wait, hold on.
High priest job.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you pull up that verse?
Huh?
Can you pull up that verse that says that? Because I'm actually curious. I actually didn't know that. Only the high priest. Yeah, I just searched it up.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. So when did they go into the Holy of Holies?
I grew up in Messianic Jewish culture, so like...
Yeah, when did they go into the Holy of Holies?
I think it was the Feast of Day of Atonement, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh?
That's kind of irrelevant to the conversation. What I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make.
Hold on, you said they were doing the duties of the high priest. When did they do it? Give me the scripture.
Okay, let me give you a scripture. Wait 1 second, all right?
Timer, isn't Messianic Judaism basically Christianity cosplaying Judaism?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I grew up, I don't believe I'm Orthodox Christian now, but I grew up in, that's why I'm pretty familiar with the Old Testament. Okay, hold up. Let me try to find it. Okay. It was 1 Samuel 2, so it's going to be somewhere there. Let me pull up in my Bible. Let me find the exact verse. They were definitely priests, to say the least. They were definitely priests, to say the least.
Yes, being priests are not high priests, though. There's difference. They have different jobs.
They were still the high priest in training. They were next in line to be the high priest. You do realize that, right?
All high priests are high priests in training.
No, well, duh. What are you talking about? What was the purpose of that comment?
Yeah, because it is the case.
Why are you
that? Yeah, because it is the case that the prophet and the king actually selected.
Were you previously a Christian? I'm curious. Were you previously a Christian?
I'm Jewish.
Oh, you were Jewish. So how you do not know this?
He's ethnically Jewish.
Oh, yeah. So the high priesthood generally went father, son, but if it is the case where the prophet who spoke for God and the king,
why are so many Jews atheists?
Huh?
Why is so many Jews atheists?
Because it turns out that Moses never existed.
How do you know Moses never existed? Wait, hold on. What makes you think Moses never existed?
Well, before we jump on that, I just need you to find where Hophni and Phinehas entered the Holy of Holies. Find me that scripture.
Wait. Can you recall to the moment I said they entered into the Holies of Holies?
Well, fine,
I told you the high priest had several jobs. And I'm not... What?
Yeah, so find me where they did high priest jobs then.
Well, they were high priest in training. Can you agree with that? Yes or no? No. Can you agree? I want you to admit. Can you agree with a high priest in training? Yes or no?
No. All priests
they were not high priests in training. Wait, hold up. They were not high priests in training.
Can you show me any scripture where there's a high priest in training?
No, you're not answering the question. Why are you running from the question, buddy?
I did answer your question.
He's trying to answer it, Javon. You just won't be quiet long
I said
yes or
no,
answer.
they weren't. I said no, they weren't.
They were not high priests in training.
No. Can you find me a scripture that says there's such thing as a high priest in training?
Buddy? It was a genetic thing. You had to be of descendants. Just like what?
No,
this
you didn't.
Is pathetic.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so prove to me that you can't be. Do you even know how high priests were chosen?
Yes, we have evidence of high priests.
Who was from whose line? From whose descendants?
Yeah, be from the father's line typically, but there are cases.
No. Who was the first high priest? You
just asked for lines now. High priest, pick one.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's
let him answer.
Yeah, it's from Aaron through Levi. Those are the Levites.
Yes, it was hereditary, buddy. It was hereditary, so it had to be someone from Aaron. Same thing with kings.
I'm not arguing that. Hold on. I'm not arguing that. Yeah,
so
of course the Levitical priests had to be Levites.
How were they not high priests in training?
Because all priests were high priests in training.
All priests were high priests in training?
Yes.
This is not even biblical, buddy. Don't make up stuff. Don't make up stuff now.
Hold on. Find me the scripture where there's a high priest in training. That's your claim that there's a high priest in training. Find me a scripture that states that.
Okay, buddy. So you disagree with it, right?
Find me the scripture.
Okay.
Tiber, you're frozen.
I'll fix it in a minute. Hold on.
I actually don't have an exact verse, so I'm going to have to go to Google.
Oh, so quit making claims unless you can.
No,
you can't.
I definitely seen it before, buddy. I grew up Messianic Jewish.
Go find it.
But I just don't know. I'm being for real. I'm just being honest. I'm being honest.
So here's what we'll do. I'm going to go ahead and drop you. Come back once you find it. You can come back when you find it, because it doesn't exist.
The colonization of Judaism with claiming that Messianic bullshit never ceased to amaze me. You're Christian.
So Messianic Jews are like ethnically Jewish, but they want to, but they converted to Christianity. But yeah, there's no such thing as like a high priest in training. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look up and see, to look up what the specific jobs here are, because the duties of the high priest.
Cyber, you're frozen again.
Gosh, dang it.
Oh no, where'd you go?
I just turned it off.
Boo. No, but continue.
But yeah, like there are certain jobs that they did. Just like not all Levites became priests. But like some of the Levites were not ordained to be priests. Some of them were just like workers in the temple. They kept the grounds and doing that kind of stuff. And yes, it is true that for the most part, it went father, son, father, son. There was a birthright there, but it is the case that God could just be like, no, we're moving it on to somebody else. There are also times when the high priest was removed from office. In fact, Josephus, tells us a story where Ananus ben Ananus, who is only priest, was only a high priest for 3 months, is getting removed and is being replaced by somebody who is not his son.
Oh.
That's where the whole Jesus, son of Damnius. He gets replaced by Jesus, the son of Damnius. And it did not
Which
go
is
father,
Jesus
son,
ben
father,
Sirach?
son. No.
Or no?
No,
okay.
Jesus ben Sirach just wrote the wisdom of Sirach. It's just a book, kind of like Proverbs. It's like chicken soup for the Jew. but it was deemed
shit.
heretical.
Okay. Hey, Mesoraid. I'm sorry. We got caught up in two Elithios, so apologies. Is this in your what is that book that you got? I think it's the Talmud,
Wait,
maybe? That fancy book that looks
this?
like the Book of the Dead? I can't see it. You turned your camera off.
Oh, I'm over here showing this like you guys can see
Goofy.
it.
There you are.
Let me fix my frozenness. Yeah, this is the Chumash. This is this has the Torah. Essentially, what this is this is what our reading Shabbos reading is. Well, our daily readings. But so this has, and again, in Judaism, you read left to right, so the book opens backwards.
Oh.
But what we have here is Torah. We have the Aramaic, so this is Hebrew. We have the Aramaic, and then we have English over here, and we got Rashi. Rashi is one of the great Jewish sages, so we have Rashi commentary on it. But what makes this so great as well for us is it covers things. So we've got like dimensions and stuff for the Ark and the Covenant. We have what the temple menorahs look like. We will have what the normal Levitical priests would wear. Then we have what the high priest would wear. So we've got those.
Can you link me this book?
We've got the different animal offerings and what they'd be offered for and different things like that. So it's
Does it tell you whether the animals are kosher or not?
Yeah, there's a section on it for kosher. Also goes over like bread, the holidays. So it's an amazing Jewish resource.
Can you link me where I can get that book, please?
So if you all want a good source to buy Jewish literature, Art Scroll. Just go to Art Scroll.
Art Scroll?
Art Scroll.
Is it .org or .edu, .com?
.com, artscroll.com. However, they are closed on Shabbos, so you're not going to be able to buy stuff on Shabbos. Can you bring this? Oh, you're not here. Let me see if we can. And this will be the last guest, and then we'll call it a night after this.
Them? Oh yeah, you got them.
Yep. Hello, guest. Can I get your age?
Hello?
Can I get your age?
I'm 18, man. How's it going?
It's going, and are you a Christian?
I'd love to talk to you a bit about this and give my opinion on what you said. You said nothing but a carcass. Where do those allegations come from? What gives you the right to say that he was a liar and a fraud?
Oh, yeah. He never fulfilled a single messianic prophecy.
Where does that come from? Where's the proof of that?
Oh, yeah, I can read the messianic prophecies. As a matter of fact, we'll go look at one right now. One of them that's my favorite one to look at is going to come from Matthew. So
gotcha.
Go to,
yeah, I think
Matthew.
I know what verse you're...
Yeah, which verse do you think I'm going to go to here?
No, go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up some other verses real quick.
Yeah, man, all good.
Then here we'll bring up.
By the way, Eddie said FYI Bible isn't God's word. It's what.
All right, so where we're going to go first. So where we are going to go first is we're going to bring up Matthew chapter 2. We're going to be talking about going to Egypt. So here we will have the story of the escape to Egypt. And it says, then Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night, and went to Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken of by the Lord through the prophet. Out of Egypt I have called my son. So we get this here. So Matthew claims that this is a prophet. But the issue is that it's not. So first place we're going to go real quick is we're going to go to Exodus chapter 4. In Exodus chapter 4, this is where Moses is being commanded to go back, and he's going to give this is right before the plague of the unaliving of the firstborn. And so he'll say, then you shall say to Pharaoh, thus says the Lord, Israel is my firstborn. So we're referring that Israel is the firstborn of God. But then when we go to Hosea, where the prophecy, quote unquote, is found, we are going to read where it's just a history lesson. It's not an actual prophecy. So in Hosea chapter 11, and this is the only verse where we see, out of Egypt I called my son. It's the only, this is the only passage where this is found. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. So this is not a prophecy, because Jesus did not go away from God. He didn't sacrifice to the Baals, and he didn't offer incense to idols. So this is a messianic prophecy that is claimed to be a messianic prophecy. Christians believe this is a messianic prophecy, and it's not.
You're saying that out of no historical evidence that it didn't happen. You're taking all of those books from like very far apart from each other out of context, like fully. You got to look at it with context when you're reading these things.
Oh, with no,
the thing with Moses and that.
Hold on, I do have historical evidence. Can you show me any historical evidence that, because the whole reason for them fleeing is so they can hide from Herod, because Herod is about to unalive all these children. Can you show me any evidence that that ever happened? Did he run?
Cyber, he left. He left.
Yeah.
I didn't do shit.
I don't know why he ran. He probably saw that, was like, oh crap, he's going to talk about the children. Algo, I had you up. And then after Algo, I will be calling it a night tonight.
Squirrels!
Algo, you're not loading.
Algo, come back. You can blame it all on us.
Gonna send Algo another invite. Hey, you made it.
There he is.
All right. Oh, Cyber, have I got a good one for you to close out the night with?
Oh,
I know you don't want to stay up too late, so I'll just cut right to it. There's been a major expose that came down the pipe today of one of our ops.
Oh, yeah, we heard PMARS.
PMARS, I put out the video. Did you hear about it from someone else?
I think I might have saw your video. I saw a video come across my stream, come across my FYP.
Okay, all of you, link me. I'm curious now.
We'll talk, Hanji. I promise. We'll talk. But
well,
so
okay,
you Yeah,
well,
go
so
ahead.
Here's my stance on PMARS. I don't think PMARS is an actual op. I think PMARS is just trolling all of us. I legit think PMARS is just a troll because I've seen PMARS also in lives defending atheism. He does it under a different name.
I was pretty sure he was a troll too, because when he comes into the lives, if he doesn't go up on a panel, he just comes in and says "lol atheism," and then he just shuts up for the rest of the live that he's in there. He doesn't do anything. So yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He just sits there and watches.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's just, trolling, like you said, and he's not really truly interested in any of this. But if anybody's interested, go check out Tom Rabbit on YouTube. That's Rabbit with 3 T's. He's a gentleman that's been following and documenting Gary, aka Darth Dawkins, for years.
Oh, shit.
And anyone who's involved with him. He was the guy that exposed PMARS today. So you can watch the video. It's only about 23 minutes long. It is an absolute blast. It is hilarious. Enjoy. That's all I got. I'll let you go so you can get to bed. Everybody be well.
All right.
I got you, Blake. I got you.
And can we put hashtag PMARS likes corn? Just both YouTube and TikTok. Hashtag PMARS likes corn. Let's do, and anytime you go into a live and you see PMARS in a panel, just put in hashtag PMARS likes corn.
But I'm thinking John Rabbit with 3 T's like that.
But anyways, with that said, I am gonna call it here. You all have a fantastic evening. I will see you all on Friday night. I'm doing a makeup stream Friday night. I will have Ghost of Christian Past will be hanging out.
Okay. See you guys later.
Plug in, log on, let's break it down. Truth ain't scared to be found. Dogma shakes when questions rise. No more fear, no more lies. Cyber deconstruction, let's get real. Faith when challenge starts to peel. If it's built on solid ground, why is it scared to stick around? Sacred